something about COVID, and they would go, "This is false," and then you'd read the fact check article, and it was not one fact I got wrong. They would just say the headline. They had a quibble with my headline, it was misleading. So that's not the same thing as fact. You didn't debunk anything. You just have a problem with my headline. That's a quibble. That's not, you didn't fact check me. I didn't get a fact wrong. You just don't like the way I'm saying the fact. So that's a very common technique of the fact checking at Facebook. They're all, there's a billionaire funder behind them somewhere with a political axe to grind, and it's usually Big Pharma or it's Bill Gates or it's somebody like that.
Yeah, it's interesting how they scratch each other's back. Just yesterday, I was reading how one of the largest acquisitions in England was Bayer and Monsanto. Well, Monsanto, it's now been proven their products cause cancer, and Bayer just happens to sell treatments that cure those very cancers. Isn't that interesting? So they get to spread the poison and make money, and then they get to come in with a solution which may or may not work, but at least we get your money before you die. There's a lot of collusion. That's how I feel with these fact checkers. It's like you say, behind the scenes, there's someone who's trying to protect their image, and Bill Gates is a great example. Speaking of trying to protect her image, a new video came out from the group that's investigating the January 6th committee. This was a video that they didn't want out. It's now leaked. And it's Nancy Pelosi, again, in the halls of Congress admitting that she's responsible for January 6th. I'm not going to play the video because she's wearing one of those useless COVID cloth masks. And so it's hard to hear her, but if you turn it up really loud, you can hear her say, "We have totally failed. What a mess. I don't care what they say. They should have had much more anticipation about the National Guard. If they stop the proceedings, we will have totally failed. And we've got to take some responsibility for not holding the security accountable for what could have happened." And you've probably seen this. There was another video 4 months ago where she's in an SUV yelling. How many times did the members ask, "Are we prepared? Are we prepared?" We're not prepared for the worst. We're calling the National Guard now? It should have been here to start out. I just don't understand it. Why do we empower people this way by not being ready? She then said, "I feel responsible. We have responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. This is ridiculous." And the Terry she's referring to is her chief of staff. I don't know if you saw that video or not, but what are your thoughts on this newest video in the last 24 hours of her in the halls of Congress saying that she's responsible for not having the National Guard there?
Well, I think it's very curious because she obviously engineered this, right? So this was, I've said for a long time, this was an FBI psyop that Nancy Pelosi was in on. And why would she want there to be a riot, which is what it was? It wasn't an insurrection, right? I've made that point over and over. It was really a bunch of Second Amendment gun nuts showed up at the Capitol to overthrow the government, and son of a bitch, they forgot their guns. Boy, that had to be, but they were embarrassed. They all brought mittens, but they forgot to bring their guns. So, of course, it was, in fact, Nancy Pelosi's daughter who was there that So there's that video. Of course, this doesn't get or ABC. It doesn't get talked about in the New York Times, the Washington Post. So most people don't know about this. Most people think that Donald Trump and the MAGA tried to overthrow the government on January 6th, which is exactly not what happened. In fact, when this congressman from Tennessee, I believe, was questioning Christopher Shea, the head of the FBI, and he asked, "Hey, how many FBI assets did you have inside the Capitol before the riot started, dressed as MAGA supporters?" And he said, "I can't answer that question." So, though the answer should be no. It should be no. We didn't have any FBI assets dressed as MAGA supporters, but that's not the answer. So that was obvious that this was a setup, and Nancy Pelosi was in on the So why would she be on? Why would she say that when she knows she's being recorded? Why would she say, "Hey, it's my fault"? Is that to make her look? I think it's because. So here's my theory: is that well, obviously now, no matter how you look at it, she's responsible, right? Because she said now twice she's responsible. Not Donald Trump. The Capitol Police Chief said she was responsible, but he had requested his National Guard. He was denied. He was requested more security. He was denied. There's videotapes of Capitol Police that was set up. So why would she then let herself twice on camera say that it was her fault? Well, I think it was to try to cover for the fact that she on purpose instigated this. It was to make her look like an unwitting dude, an idiot. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, it's our fault. Because there's still an insurrection, and you can still say Donald Trump tried to overthrow the government. You can still say those people are trying to overthrow the government. You can throw them all in prison for 20 years, and you can buy Donald Trump for money for president. That's why it was to make her look like that she knew it would come back to her. And she had to make it look like it was an oopsie instead of what it actually is, an intentional act, which is what it was. She intentionally made sure there wasn't people there. That's my theory. And either way, if I'm wrong or right, she's responsible, not Donald Trump and not the Capitol Police Chief. It was her. It was her responsibility. And now we know who messed up. You know, I told that a year earlier, we did a protest to get the Democrats, the squad, to force a vote when they were voting for Nancy Pelosi. And we wanted them to do something to their vote. And what we decided on was that we wanted to force a vote for Medicare for all on the floor of the House, because that's what Nancy Pelosi said that was her cause back in 1993 when she first ran for Congress, right? AOC said that it's a travesty we came to get a vote on the House floor. So it's something we were all supposed to agree on. During the pandemic, they called it a deadly pandemic, now we know better, that I was like, well, this is the perfect time to get this vote. And so we said, if the squad wouldn't vote for Nancy Pelosi, she couldn't become speaker, just like with the right wing and Matt Gaetz did with McCarthy. So we wanted them to do that first. We wanted them to withhold their vote until Nancy Pelosi agreed to give them something, and the something we decided on was to vote on Medicare for all. We had a rally right before that vote again. They had more cops and National Guard there for 100 people who showed up for that rally, because it was in dead of winter and it was during COVID. So I couldn't even go to my own rally because it was COVID, and I was still under the impression I was going to die if I caught it. So they had more cops and more National Guard there for that. They knew that there were thousands and thousands of people who were going to show up to protest that day. They knew 2 months in advance that was going to happen, and they made sure there wasn't any National Guard. So this was an intentional act to try to set up Donald Trump so they could say he started an insurrection and they could bar him from running for office ever again. And it was a great way for them to criminalize MAGA, his political organization.
Yeah. I wonder if maybe she was reading The Art of War by Sun Tzu, where it says, don't interrupt your enemy when they're in the process of destroying themselves. Like, oh, let's just get out of the way, and, you know, we'll put off some flashbang percussion grenades, get everyone rallied up, and then just kind of let them walk into the Capitol. I've also wondered if maybe she had a checklist that day, you know, like pick up vodka, restock the freezer with ice cream, invest $5 million in the Dominican approval, approve the national. I didn't have time to get to my full list. I had to start with the essentials: vodka and ice cream, and milking the American taxpayers' information in Congress for insider trading. But yeah, I mean, she's now been on camera a couple of times saying yes, that she was responsible. Don Jr. pointed out something interesting. He said the media keeps putting forth this lie that Donald Trump regrets J.D. Vance, that J.D. Vance is tracking down the ticket, and that they were secretly looking for an off-ramp to replace him. Meanwhile, Don Jr. pointed out he's a relentless campaigner and incredibly bright, and that he is actually a huge asset to the mission of becoming president. Is this just propaganda from the media to try to classify him as a weirdo and he's unfit to be vice president?
Well, it certainly seems like that. Of course, this is you know why you grab it? They think the establishment media puts out stories that they grab on tickets, and they put out stories that say, all kinds of different that's why you grab on tickets. But then we got that bankruptcy. So then it was Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard is serving officer in the military, and it looks like she works for the Russians. I mean, don't do that to anybody in any place. Everyone just said Donald Trump was horrible because he insulted that Goldstar family. So he will go to the lives of the people who So, I think it would have been smarter for Donald Trump to pick someone like Tulsi Gabbard. We should have been able to see that they were going to get rid of Joe Biden and try to install. They wanted Kamala Harris, meaning donor class. They, meaning the military-industrial complex reactors, and the donor class wanted Kamala Harris in 2020. She was their first choice. And then she couldn't get a vote, and she had to drop out to support the House primary. She was a horrible candidate. She was a horrible politician. Which is why she hasn't answered a question or done a press conference or done an interview since she was elected and chosen by the donor class to be that Democratic nominee over a month and a half ago. So, I think if there was a better fit, I would think it's a bad fit per se. It's only a bad fit because the media, which is the party that is the establishment is most aligned with, is the Democrats, right? Because the beauty of the Democratic Party is that the beauty of Wall Street and most of the Republicans have brought the Obama, they're looking at the outside. And they're screwing up the workers. They love it, right? And same thing right now, not like black woman. Holy cow, it's really frustrating for West Coast military industrial complex. But Donald Trump puts a bad face on there and puts the wrong direction of the West Coast. And you can't have a guy saying white supremacy. Maybe smaller countries feeling the same, especially if they're brown countries.
Yeah. Listen, let me roll a clip from J.D. Vance. I just want people to see, juxtapose Kamala's word salad versus, J.D. Vance, who I believe is a very articulate speaker. Let me go ahead and drop this for him. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? The only person in America who could possibly answer yes to that question is probably Kamala Harris herself. She went from getting no votes for president and having to drop out to getting no votes for president and becoming the Democrat nominee, all without lifting a finger. No wonder Kamala is joining. Now, never mind the fact that Americans can't afford groceries, Kamala got her promotion. Never mind that our fellow citizens can't afford their breakfast, Kamala is having fun. And never mind that Kamala Harris is calling us a person. Kamala laugh all the things to take while her voters get rich, and we know it's not going to be her and the sacrifice that pick up the best. So, I think this is why he's dangerous. He is laser focused on pointing out how terrible she has been. He almost never brings up Biden because he understands that she is the one to take out, and she is the previous administration, right? Like Kamala Harris keeps saying, we're going to do better than the previous administration. She is the previous administration. So it's like,
he likes to say, I'm in office. You are in office. You're in office. You're in office. You've been in office for 4 years. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, on day one, you had 1,300 days. Like, why?
It's interesting to see how the establishment corporate media Politico had a headline yesterday, and I saw on Twitter, and the headline was that J.D. Vance tries to tie Kamala Harris to the Biden administration. And it was such a blatant bullshit attempt that it got community notice. It got community notice. When the community goes like, she's actually the vice president in the Biden administration. She was sworn in January 2020. That was the community note. It was very hilarious. So I think Donald Trump, if he had Steve Bannon with him, he'd be doing even better because that guy was much better at keeping them on message. And when Donald Trump hears and says, well, she's not black, that's for other black people to say, right? That's not for him to say. He gets pied. He says, oh, she's a DEI. That's not for him. That's for other people to say. But if he stays on message, if they stay on message, and the message is the border, the economy, and ending the Ukraine war, they win. That's it. They win the election. But if they get caught up talking about all that other stuff, then he comes off as mean, and the morons who are the swing voters, which the people who are the least informed, they're the ones who swing the election, and so those are the people you have to worry about. If he gets caught as being seen as a meanie or some kind or as a racist or that's not a good thing. What's funny is that when Donald Trump, they had the Black Journalists Association meeting in Chicago, and they invited Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. And Donald Trump showed up, she didn't. And they were still hostile to Trump. They weren't like grateful he was showing up. They were still attacking him, and they attacked him for saying that Kamala Harris was a DEI hire. And I think Donald Trump he did okay with his answer, but I think a better answer is, why do you have a problem with DEI hires? Why are you denigrating DEI? I thought people are supposed to be pro-DEI. Are you pro-DEI? If I say it's a DEI hire, why are you denigrating all those people who have now been hired under the DEI program and all these corporations? Why would you do that to them? Why would you denigrate them as being? Because that's actually what they were doing. They were you're not allowed to call Kamala Harris a DEI hire. Why are you denigrating DEI hires? That would be the one tip that I would give in that situation. But there's lots of black people. I mean, I don't think Bob Rucker arguing with another black woman from CNN about 4 years ago, saying that Kamala Harris is an African American, not African American. Don Lemon was saying that about Trump. So anyway, I think if they say that message, they'll win. But if they don't, then they have to change the rules.
Yeah, it's interesting to point out that if Steve Bannon was there, he would keep them on message. I wonder if that's why they jailed him. They talked with their political enemy. They're like, it's going to look really bad if we lock up Trump. Let's lock up the guy who's got been consulting Donald Trump. So he'll be out soon, just like Peter Navarro eventually got out. This one might get you just based off what I know about you, but the media keeps telling us that 200 people close to John McCain, George Bush, and Mitt Romney won't vote for Donald Trump, but instead will vote for Kamala Harris. Why should we care about the staff of people who lied to get us into war? Why should we not see this as them viewing Kamala Harris as the better conduit for more war, more death, and more money to the military-industrial complex?
Well, it's so funny you brought that up, because right before I came on your show, I tweeted out, immediately after I was attacked by Kamala Harris supporters as a right-winger for telling the truth that Kamala was running to the right of Donald Trump, and Donald Trump was easily running to her left. 200 warmongering Bush-singing neocons endorsed Kamala, but she is the warmongering neocon who was installed by the military-industrial complex, Wall Street, and neocon building. So, I pointed out that, Trump was having a rally in Arizona when Bobby Kennedy showed up and gave a speech at that rally the day he dropped out and endorsed him. And Bobby Kennedy's up there talking about the things that we agree on, the things that Donald Trump and him agree on. We're going to end war. We're going to get the poison out of our food supply. We're going to get the corruption out of the FDA and the USDA. We're going to take on big agriculture. And there was and we're for free speech. And there was a room full of Republican voters. Not a room full, a stadium. There was, 15,000 people, 20,000 maybe, cheering that message to end the war, take on big corporations, take on big agri, free speech, and get the corruption out of the captured regulatory agencies. You never hear Democrats ever say that. That's a traditional left message. Environmentalism, anti-war, clean up corruption and capture the regulatory agencies. Those are traditional left messages. So I made a video about it. I tweeted it out. Donald Trump is now running to the way to the left of Kamala Harris, while Kamala Harris is giving a speech about how she wants to make our fighting force the most lethal in the war. And she wants to ramp up tensions with the Korea, North Korea, with China, with Russia. She wants to ramp up things. So she's being the neocon warmonger, and here's Bobby Kennedy and Donald Trump running race in the left. And I was still reading these people saying that I'm now right wing. We're endorsing environmentalism, free speech, and anti-war. Okay, that's what you say.
Yeah, wow. It's like amazing that it's so weird to me how many people are comfortable with war. Like it's just normal. It's like, hey, listen, this is the number one thing we outsource, war and chaos. Like, they're doing a great job. But like for me, I just see it as like, here's 200 people that you heard as the better conduit for more war and more money to the military. That's the only way my brain sees it.
That's exactly what it is. That's you're 100%. Why do you think I've made this point on other shows? Why do you think that you can't deny that the deep state is aligned against Donald Trump? Right? They did Russiagate. That was the FBI, CIA colluding with the Hillary Clinton and Democrats to try to discredit Donald Trump and get him impeached. They impeached his wife. They did Russiagate. We found out that was all leaked into multiple conspiracy theories made up by the FBI, CIA, Hillary Clinton, and repeated by the establishment media, which is also in the case. And so then they also said impeached his wife. Then they did that phony January 6th FBI PSYOP to try to give him criminalized him in his political organization. Then they did lawfare against him. They tried to turn it into a criminal doing normal things that the real estate agents do. And then these things tried to assassinate. They're not doing that to Hunter Biden, to Joe Biden. They're not trying to assassinate Kamala Harris. They're trying to assassinate Donald Trump. And the CIA came out and lied on behalf of Joe Biden when they said, oh, yeah, the Hunter's laptop is Russian disinformation. So why is the deep state? You can't deny that the deep state is aligned against Donald Trump and trying to assassinate him. So that must tell you a lot. It tells me something. It gives me a sliver of hope that Donald Trump will act against him. Donald Trump had the reason why, the big reason why they're going after Donald Trump is because the first time he was running for presidency, he campaigned as an anti-war person in the state of 2000. He then thought he could control the military. He thought the president, which was a foolish idea, he thought the president controlled the military and the intelligence community. And ever since they killed John F. Kennedy, the president does not control the military, and the president does not control the intelligence community. And how do we know that? Well, Chuck Schumer, when Donald Trump was elected the first time, went on Rachel Maddow and said that Donald Trump should not insult the deep state, the CIA, the intelligence community, because if you do that, they have 6 ways to Sunday to get back at you. Well, what he just revealed, that's called a gap, that he told the truth. And what he revealed was that the CIA, the FBI, the intelligence community doesn't work for the president. So the follow-up question from Rachel Maddow should have been, well, if they don't work for the president, who do they work for? Of course, she didn't ask that question because she also works for the same people that the intelligence community works for, which is the military industrial complex. So that, and so that's how we know. And then he also tried to take military personnel out of Afghanistan and Syria, a lot of other places, and the Pentagon lied to Donald Trump and said they were doing that, and they didn't. So so the president doesn't control the military, the president doesn't control the intelligence community, and people should be demanding who controls them? Who are they working for? If not, and so that's the big reason why they came after him, because he thought the president should control them. But of course, John F. Kennedy thought the same thing, and look what happened to him.
Yeah. What was your initial reaction to RFK Jr. and Donald Trump joining forces? I have been advocating for this for months because there's many things I like about Trump, but I also see that he has deficiencies. There's many things that I like about RFK Jr., but I also know that he has deficiencies. And so the two of these coming together, for me, was exciting because I want someone to go after Big Pharma. I want accountability on that. What were your thoughts on these two announcing their allegiance or alliance?
Well, RFK Jr. said that that there's a political realignment happening in the country. Well, 200 first-training neocon warmongers endorsing the Democratic president. That's good evidence for that. He says that there's 5 different political realignments in the history of our country. I'm not a historian, so I don't know what he's talking about. I think one was when Johnson passed the Civil Rights Act. So I wouldn't doubt that that's happening right now. And when I found that out, it was exciting. I was like, well, there's a silver lining to some presidency. Because maybe we'll listen to Bobby Kennedy, and Bobby Kennedy will have his ear, and he will follow through on a commission on COVID. He will follow through on getting the corruption out of it. To me, the important thing is you don't have to don't even Bobby Kennedy that they mean what they say. To me, the exciting thing was that, like I said before, there was a stadium full of Republican voters cheering on what they were saying. So what does that tell you? That tells you there's a lot of common ground between the actual left and the actual right. There's populist left and the populist right. That's what I call it. And people who are Democrats are not left. People who are Democrats are authoritarian fascists. And that sounds strong, but it's not. It's exactly what they are. They're for censorship. They're for war. And censorship is the hallmark of dictators and authoritarians. And they chose the side of Big Pharma, Dr. Fauci, the captured regulatory agencies during COVID. They chose the side of the military-industrial complex and Wall Street. They crushed a labor union in the railroad strike. They're all okay with all of this. And by the way, Joe Biden ran on the public option and the minimum wage. They never mentioned either of those things. So if you're against Medicare for all, I don't think you would be against the public option. The public option is allowing citizens to buy into Medicare. And my theory is that's the way we should go about it. We should have the public option and then let people decide. And so if enough people figure out that they like Medicare as opposed to a for-profit private Blue Cross or Aetna insurance, then that would change things in a great way. So give it up to choice. Let people choose. Anyway, they never talk about any of that stuff. And the important thing was, people say, oh, you think Trump is going to do what he says? That's just campaign rhetoric. I'm like, no, the exciting thing is that there's a stadium full of Republican voters ready to vote for the Republican nominees, and they're cheering on those things that I agree with. That's exciting.
Yeah. So, I mentioned this on my show, a lot of my family are Democrat. My father-in-law he is really good friends with RFK Jr. He sits on his election committee, and he messaged our whole family and said, I had no idea I was going to wake up today and go to a Trump rally in Phoenix, Arizona, and RFK Jr. and Trump were going to align on making the country great again, on making the country healthy again. And he said it was crazy to be. He was on the third row, like watching Trump and Kennedy shake hands and then give this speech. And he said the crowd went freaking nuts. They went nuts over this thing. And he's all like, yes, as a libertarian, this is what I want. I want somebody to hold the government accountable, shrink the government, go after big pharma. So anyway, I'm really excited to see what they might do together. Of course, now there's multiple targets on both of their backs, so they're going to have to be very careful how they move forward. But I think there is a political realignment, and I'm pretty excited about it. So I think it's a really good thing. Final question.
People hate that I point that out. People hated that I pointed out that Trump. I was trending for 2 days on Twitter because people all that hate and attacks on the different people saying that I'm grifting, trying to get a right-wing audience. Like, I already had a huge audience. Why would I try to? It doesn't make any sense. I'm already selling out theaters that wherever I go, and not only in the United States, but Hawaii, Europe. I'm already super popular. I don't need to be more. And why wouldn't I just try to grow my audience by preaching my own ideals, which is what I'm doing? And what got me excited was to watch a Republican presidential rally, and they're cheering the ideas that I support. That's what's exciting. But when people try to discredit that and make it look like you're dishonest, now you're a right-winger. No, I'm just saying always said that we have more in common that divides us, and that we share a common enemy, and our common enemy is the oligarchy who did a controlled demolition of our economy during COVID. And they want me to hate my neighbor and blame him for the economic pain I'm feeling because he wouldn't make a vaccine that didn't work the way they said it did in the first place. So that's my spiel.
Yeah. Okay, final question. I appreciate you coming on. I always like hearing your perspective. Gavin Newsom and Democrats are now going to give illegal immigrants free health care, free college, $150,000, zero interest. We don't care if you pay it back. Taxpayer-funded loan to buy a house. Meanwhile, veterans get nothing and Hawaiians get $700. What's your thought on this new $150,000 of basically free money in California from Newsom and the Democrats?
Well, the funny hidden joke about that program that they passed the bill, it hasn't become law yet, and the bill says that you can't deny someone this mortgage assistance, which is up to $150,000, 20% of the down payment. You can't deny them this free money based on their immigration status. So basically what it says is that if you're an illegal immigrant, you can also get this money. The crazy secret is that program ran out of money months and months ago, and they're not. So even nobody can get any money out of it because there isn't any money there. They didn't pass a bill to refund that program. They just did a bookkeeping bill say, look how much we love immigrants. Which I really don't think that's a winning argument anymore. I honest to God, I think, just like I said, if Trump runs on the border, he's wins. I had Dennis Kucinich on here a month or two ago. He's running as an independent. He was a Democrat, and he was too far left, so they kicked him out of the party. That's what happened. And so now he's running as an independent. And I asked him, what's your solution to the border crisis, the immigration crisis? And he said, well, first you have to shut down the border. And when I look at them, like, wow, there's nobody farther left President Tank as a lefty than Dennis Kucinich. And that's his first prescription. I'm like, okay, that is definitely what we have to do. So the fact that they still think the Democrats, I think they're in their own bubble in California, that if they think if they virtue signal to immigrants, that somehow is going to be a winner for them. I think it's not a winner. I think most people are suffering in this economy. They try to pretend that they're not. And that's the very secret there. So illegal immigrants will not be getting any of that money because there's no money in that program to give them.
Which is like, why would, okay, I see what you're saying with virtue signaling. That 100% makes sense to me. But then to not be able to give anything, I don't know, it's so backwards to me. But I agree with you that things are kind of shifting with, people now are maybe on the left going, wait a minute, maybe we do need to have a border or we don't have a country. Or people going, wait a minute, why are we giving more money to the most corrupt country in Europe for a war that they're losing? And I can't buy groceries. Like, I've seen a huge shift in the support for the Russia-Ukraine war. I think most people now lean towards Donald Trump, where they go, wait a minute, we need to end this war and quit giving away taxpayer money. Like, the American taxpayer is so abused for just giving money to any foreign cause. It's just kind of disgusting. Well, I know we're up against time. You've got to jump on to another thing because of how popular you are. I appreciate you coming on. If people want to follow you online, let me help you grow your audience just a little bit more. What's the best way to do that?
Go to JimmyDore.com. JimmyDore.com, and you can become a premium member. We make our 3 live streams a week, 3 hours long each, and we make them private as soon as they're over, and they're only available to our premium members for $10 a month. And that's the best way to support. Or if you want to come see me when I'm coming to town, I'm coming to Atlanta, which is Duluth, Georgia, suburb, next Friday. I'm going to Jacksonville, Florida. That's going to Tempe, Arizona, Irvine, California. Go to JimmyDore.com. Get a link for all those things.
Okay, great. I will put a direct link down below. Thank you so much for coming on. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Stuff right now. Yes, Kamala Harris. It's like they finally had a big wake-up call. Thank you, guys. I'm glad, better late than never. First of all, the New York Times. They're not exactly what you might call documentary. There's one piece. Surely he's found a strategy. Gosh, Patrick Healy, the deputy editor, writing that, saying, he's looking for a little bit more. We can't just be like, happy. Let me just smile and go by the Mamala thing that Drew Barrymore likes to call me and call it a day. No, we'll actually, how are you going to fix some of these problems? Well, the problem being a and she can't fix them. They are of her own doing. So when Politico gets mad and says it's so unfair how they're tethering her to Joe Biden, it's like, it was implied. It's strange to think very much. Anyway, this is one. Joy is not a strategy. Let me go inside this article because he writes quite well. Harris gave us a good speech Thursday. Her love for America was overflowing. I didn't speech, but that's not a good thing. A significant love is what Democrats powerless. Republicans like to type Democrats down on America and its history, but it was interesting that when Harris radiated pride, it was not pride as a black woman, pride as a black singer, but it was pride as an American. So she had to do that. She absolutely had to do it. She was open, she was relatable, blah, 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 repeatedly put voters first. Meanwhile, Trump apparently does the opposite because he cares most about God, allegedly. But he writes this is a winnable race for Harris, but she hasn't won yet. Far from it. She has been tested, really tested since Biden stepped aside. Ultimately, he writes that she needs more voters in the swing states to trust her. To trust her on, what do you think? The economy. He writes, the handle the economy better than her country. Barack Obama earned that trust in years, hard years of campaigning. He didn't coast on hope and shame. Harris can't coast on trust. If she shows she can stand up under pressure, she can teach up inside for eternity to just find out on accidents. Oh, wow. Okay, so you gotta take a good look at that. You have to read between the lines what we're saying. This woman, there's no there there. But she has no. She just suddenly emerged, a product of Hollywood. George Clooney anointed her, along with David Axelrod and David John. Those would be womanizing Barack Obama himself. They put you out of thin air and said, we're going to do this work. We're going to do a big old giant psycho of the American people, and they're going to get all excited about this woman because we said she is the future. Well, meanwhile, go to the New York Times. Again, just remember who's writing this stuff. It's the New York Times. They published another piece. This one less than 24 hours ago by Rich Lowry over at National Review. The title being Trump Can Win on Character. Character, you see. And it goes in depth about it's not necessarily serenity, it's not necessarily he's going to win this, that, husband of the year, whatever. No, it's whether people actually think the character's too seriously, that he wants to seriously, that he's consistent. I mean, compare and contrast with Kamala Harris, who's clearly not consistent, right? She just talks around all the time. Latest yet, being the border, of course. She wants to go to war, despite the inconsistent she was previously. So, this is an important thing to think about. Character, yes, and it's truly does affect character to see things through. And then there's Lewinsky writing in, this is also great, again, today, all right, in the New York Times. Because the two are setting basic economic sense, and he attacks her policy upside one and down the other, writing that this woman basically, I'm gonna translate for you. She's kind of okay, forget the proposal addresses a problem that no longer exists, he writes. It's the inflation stuff because he's pointing out that food prices have since come down and the supermarkets are really getting hit on their notoriously thin margins. He said more dismaying was her seeming ignorance that price controls, almost without exception, have led to shortages, supply chain disruptions, and eventually higher prices. When Ms. Harris pledged to crack down on opportunistic offenders and restrict excessive corporate profits, she seemed unaware that exploiting opportunities for profit is exactly what enterprise intended to foster. Wow. Okay, so that's pretty tough. But you know what? Maybe they see the handwriting on the wall. Did you guys see this? We went through some of these numbers yesterday. Yesterday's Trish Regan show, I continue to harp on this point to notice she got absolutely no boost from that Democratic convention. No boost whatsoever. So she's still sort of dead even. If you believe the polls with Donald Trump, I think he tends to poll worse. And anyway, because he was afraid this area and voting for him. So what we're seeing is perhaps the media responding in kind to that. You know, they want to make sure that they look like they're doing their job because when she loses, right, they don't want to be caught flat on their feet like they were with Hillary Clinton. So maybe if they needle her a little bit and they kind of push her in this direction and that, maybe she can actually perform a little bit better. They're thinking. But here's the hard, cold truth for everyone you need to know. Kamala Harris is not going to run upstairs. Kamala Harris is a political animal. Kamala Harris is going to do whatever it takes she thinks she needs to do to get to the finish line, which means, hey, freebies for you, freebies for you, freebies for you, and oh, we're going to make them all, probably if you're watching the show, pay for it. This is how she rolls. Well, people are starting to notice this. Wait until you see. I can't wait to show you this clip because CNBC just tore her apart upside one and down the other.
If you always start the signals and you're not using rallies, you're likely overpaying for info. But not only that, you're also likely getting a bad, subpar service. So by switching to rallies, you get fast, cheap, and reliable RPC nodes. Also, you get extra RPC methods that only rallies has. This can really cut a lot of cost and dead time from your project. So you can build faster, you can go to market faster, you can succeed faster. These extra RPC methods include, for example, get the open transactions, which is a special RPC method we have that gives you readable transaction history for all wallets. So if you want to build something like Ethereum, Zamperfy, or Zima, you can do it with just one RPC call, and you get all of the transactions, all the metadata and so on. So you don't need to have your own RPC infrastructure and pay for it and maintain it. Also, you have methods like get open price, get next collections, and so much more. This, by using Moralis, you really get the info user both price-wise, but also, as you can see, content-wise, infra-wise, endpoint-wise. So, let's collaborate, use the link below, sign up, and let's take crypto mainstream together.
Country provides personalized confidence to help you on the perfect flight. For limited time, buy 1 trip alone, get a second to load for free. Only in Sleep Country.
Lucky enough, actually get hot people at the end of a weekend because that's what Lucky comes to do. So, look, we didn't find anything. But I consider it probably the heavy end large one. I got over that gold is coming down. I am Argentina. American Target Gold. TrishLovesGold.com. Loves gold. You can tap 655 years trips to 65532 for your chance to get $15 silver. Again, text my name, Trish, T-R-I-S-H, to 65532 for your chance to get up to $15,000 in free silver. Oh my gosh, this is a new one. Wow, taking a look at what's coming in right now out of CNBC, I'm going to tell you, the media is kind of sick of this one. They're getting kind of tired of the nonsense, stuff that makes absolutely no sense. You've seen some smarter anchors call this stuff out over and over again. This was lovely. I thought this was absolutely fantastic. I will share this with you. This is the morning team. This is like guarantee you. I know how this goes down. I guarantee you those people down there are a little bit of thin ice, right? Because they've had a series of blow-ups recently with big key Democrats, and that's not really allowed, right? The Biden administration, Biden Harris, doesn't really allow you to fire back like that. And yet, what did they do? Well, Bill Clinton went after Elizabeth Warren recently, and then he went after Jason Furman. He's like Obama and Mossad recently, and then they got working out. They're going to be a threesome. He and Becky, who's also on the show, they kind of pointed out that Kamala was not very right. The clients are that his bland staff that are getting unreliable staff and so just explain it. Imagine stop. But let's just show this video just so it was very recent how it is today. And let's say, you bought it at a certain price and all of a sudden it's way up. So think about it and it sinks. It's like 20%. Wait a second. Pay the tax on the stock as it went up all that. People didn't vote. I mean, it's like a competition. And so, wrong. It's completely massacred our economy, like overnight. But If you stop her from coming to this game, is if you buy the car, but you need to keep with a class to keep on one-on-one, somebody help you, please. That's what that means every day.
For unrealized games, taxing unrealized games, this doesn't seem very sense of the word. But I said, so I think that there's no sense of even taxing unrealized games. All you're doing is pulling forward the taxes that would be paid later when someone actually sells the stock.
I think that this reaction to unrealized gains is a little funny, given that I bet that the majority of people watching right now are already paying a tax on unrealized gains called property tax. When the value that's the value of rentals and property tax, even if you sell your home.
Your value never moves the way the stock moves, the way stocks moves. It's also property tax is interest tax. You're paying for school, for the school, you're paying for emergency services. Those are things that make absolute sense.
And sure, and all the revenue that comes in from these unrealized gains taxes and the other taxes in the tax in the Harris plan are going to go to what she calls more opportunities to make sure that every newborn born in this country gets $6,000. Well, look, you're arguing that this is some sort of foreign concept that's completely unknown to U.S. taxes.
It's probably constitutional. It was never in anyone's intent to
It's not income tax.
It's never going to happen.
Okay.
Probably. Not from my place in my life.
I wouldn't put it down.
It's not nice though. I certainly hope it doesn't any of our life. I mean, it would be the end of America. Nobody would invest in anything. Think about it. Why would you take that risk? Because you're just running taxes on the right. This woman is not smart. This woman is running for the presidency of the United States, and I think she might just be a dumb. You look at her economic policy, and that's what it tells us. She's a total, utter dum-dum. Okay, I'm probably going to get in trouble with some social media for saying that, but I'm sorry, what else do you want me to call it? I mean, let me be nice and say that this is just like Maduro, right? That's like the nice way of putting it, I guess. This is Nicolas Maduro, Venezuela style stuff. But I'm sorry, this is not smart. This is not going to help our economy. This is not going to help us. It's not going to help us break this down. You're never going on. Oh my God, that's bad. I know housing prices are bad. We all know they're bad. I think you kind of own that, right? I think you might just own this one.
A just released housing index yields just how rough the market is, especially for first-time home buyers. It shows home prices in the nation's top 20 metro areas rose 5.4% from June last year to June this year, a record jump for that month. And renters, not just home buyers, are feeling a serious squeeze, especially in Florida. Florida's now homeowners dedicated to walking 58% of their income toward rent compared to 27% nationwide. Yeah.
Oh, maybe because we get to choose the different maybe actually no one has responsibility for that. Instead of waving a magic wand with another Inflation Reduction Act that's not going to produce that thing, saying, I'm this first time $200,000 because won't that break prices down? I'm sorry. You know what? Let me get in trouble for calling her stupid. The woman is stupid. Stupid. And it's frankly kind of disgusting to see. I'm glad that you call her. I'm glad her trying to say, okay, we've been sure to back us up. These policies, people need to care about this. We need to care about this because this is frankly dangerous stuff. Hey, they're telling me that Prop 25 is dangerous, right? Which is something the Heritage Foundation has spent a lot of time on trying to craft the policies that help us in a better position in the day. We're going to take this stuff into the stage. So you guys the dangerous side of the equation. It's walking out of nothing if you go Kamala Harris means. Anyway, we'll check out Congress 2025 and Truth Line. They think this is going to be done the secret. No, it's fair. You see, 25truth.com. Go check it out today. Increase the position of information. What about more and more and more American energy? Give me green, give me fossil fuels just give it all to me, right? Because I move that energy from an national security standpoint. Giving you better education and more choice for education for our kids. These are the kinds of things that are going to promote us as a nation, bring us forward, get very much. I think Meta CEO is going to come to that realization, that story coming up. But here's the reality. Policy matters. It matters so much. Look, our economy is a big deal. I want to get to that because we're going to talk about what's happening in the markets today. I want to just tell you how we should invest in excellent news. Good. If you're not interested, you're going to have to join me for one of my lectures, and I'm going to tell you exactly what I mean. I feel, especially if you're over a static age, you can really get ahead in time, right? You want to be in the labor equation. You want to be part of the capital. So you want to be investing because, like it or not, no matter what kind of that Federal Reserve is there, and they are helping the same darn people out over and over and over and over. You're investing lots of capital. So become part of it. Let me help you become part of it. Go over to 76 Research today. 76research.com is my financial company, a research company that I own. We don't do any investing for you. That's all on you. But we guide you. We tell you we have 3 model portfolios with American Resilience, inflation protection, and we have a basic income builder and basic portfolio of stocks. Each one of them, they help put you on the path to really have security, frankly, that freedom that is so important as an American today. To get the 76 report, which is a very good publication we put out with occasional stock picks and likes from our portfolios in there. You get it for $1 today. Just use code for $1 at 76research.com. I'm telling you guys, these people really make me they really make me when we start talking about ridiculous stuff, and it is ridiculous. The common curse wants to do it. It just gets my nerves. I'm sorry.
To the Honorable Chip Roy for 10 minutes.
I thank my friends from Florida, Mr. Mills, thank my colleagues here. I thank you gentlemen for testifying here today. And that comes down, they put the map up here on the board. Please, please play the shooter on Route 5. President Trump angle video. And as we get this queued up and we start playing, we're going to ask you some questions. The question that I'm wrestling with, a lot of Americans wrestling with, which is whether or not failures here are wrong. Everybody agrees we're failing. Almost catastrophic, certainly catastrophic. But was there more? Was there global warming? Because you queue up the video, that's great. Got that. They don't know. They don't see. President, you can see the shooter moving across the room. Now, I look at this as someone who is a prosecutor, worked in the attorney's office, worked in the attorney general's office, not as someone who was a sniper like Mills or Ukraine or the Secret Service. But to be very clear, the perimeter, the building is shot from outside the perimeter. And we can see it just a mere 130 yards away. So here's the setup that I want to ask you from the evil prevention. Do you believe that you can just chalk up to fear and incompetence that the Secret Service did not attend the 9 o'clock meeting for scheduled purposes? They literally just didn't attend. Can you chalk up, and shall we go down the list and jump in? Can you chalk up to fear and incompetence? Conversations about communication that we talked about before, we didn't have a body present, and they were using the cell phone. And they did not stream the radios as Mr. Higgins has reported. And you chalk it up to mere incompetence that they identified Trump about an hour ahead of time. And that the President Trump, was never removed from the stage, was delayed, was pulled back, they didn't remove him. the potential danger. That the perimeter did not include the buildings around over here. To the extent, should there have been a perimeter that was farther out, to the extent the perimeter wasn't farther out, they at least make sure the building wasn't covered. Is that just incompetence? Is it just incompetence that there was no drone being flown and the drone was turned down by the Secret Service? Was it just incompetence that the shooter had a drone? As the FBI director testified in front of the House Judiciary Committee, that he literally had flies within a couple hundred feet of the stage the same day, mere hours before the shooting. Is it just incompetence what we're hearing now about the whistleblowers saying that there were no cameras? Was it just incompetence that there wasn't sufficient police along the security? Was it just incompetence that there was allegedly an abandoning of the force that there was supposed to be someone who got them, that they didn't get on the roof because it was too hot? Is it just incompetence that there was additional security requests turned down according to the mother of John Hall and encouraging agents not to request additional security requests? And was it just incompetence what we saw with respect to the police body footage, which I'll play here in just a second? You have the police body footage video where you've got the local police talking about what they've said to the Secret Service. If you want to play that video real quick, and then I want you to respond.
Body's a good turn. Told you that's the guy. I told you I over here. What?
Can you respond to that question? Because that's what they're going to do.
You know, Congressman, if you had just ended with your first statement and said, well, they screwed up, you can maybe attribute it to ignorance. Lack of competence always means intent, correct? So, I'll give you an example. You're in a mall parking lot, it's 97 degrees, and you leave a kid there, and you close the door. Did they intend to kill the kid? Probably not. But how stupid do you have to be to do that? So, in Secret Service training, you're basically taught a ring-based system. But don't think of it as rings, think of it as a three-dimensional thing, like a bubble. So you got this circle, but it's three-dimensional bubble around. In that outer ring, again, this is Secret Service 101, Charlie Brown encyclopedia stuff. This isn't like advanced level detective training. In that outer ring, you got police officers. That outer ring is out to about 1,000 yards, which is about a really technically proficient system. Why was the perimeter set? Again, absolutely, total incompetence. But then factor in the other things, and I just want to add a few more. How is that the counter surveillance tool whose actual job is to detect, to counter surveillance? That's what they do. That's what they do. We have the question in the conversation we had earlier. How is it that they miss this guy rolling around with the police officers that good law enforcement instincts that we've got to go? If they weren't there, is that incompetence or is that shutting the door in 97 degrees and they're going, fuck, that's what they know? How did you not have a loophole that's 130 yards away securely? You're taught in one Secret Service training that the effective range of a really quality sniper is out to 1,000 yards. How did you not have a drone? That not only did you not have a drone, and again, this is where we get to the shutting the door at 97 degrees and pretending you didn't know. It was offered. They offer you a drone. It's unforgivable. And just think of the rings quickly, and I'll wrap this up. So in the outer ring, you have police officers, you have counter surveillance, and you have a protective intelligence team. Protective intelligence team is trained to go and find threats. They miss. There's no counter surveillance team. The cops catch it, but because the comms break down, they miss. In that middle perimeter, you have what they call post standers. Post standers they're not DTD agents. They're field office agents. They're not Donald Trump detail agents. Those guys were not in Secret Service. They were HSI folks. Were great guys and were fantastic. But that's not what they do. If you ran me as a former Secret Service guy and said, hey, Dan, can you go do a Homeland Security investigation? No, that's not what I learned. We are training Secret Service agents to do protection, so we don't have to use other entities that don't do protection. So that's the middle perimeter. So that breaks down. inner perimeter, as you just saw in a Benji played that video. It basically matters what we call the shift, the body counts, right? He's got a shift around and then supervise. Everyone missed that guy falling across the roof when he could use the external, the middle, and the internal perimeter. You shut the door in 97 degrees. I'm sorry. Layered intent, a layered incompetence like that is absolutely.
I've got another question on that, but I just want to ask you, Mr. Frank, real quick. Do you have any? It's relatively short comment on that. Can you dismiss all of this as sheer incompetence?
The question I want to know is if other counter-sniper agents, officers, saw any person land in a strong position with a rifle, unreactivated canisters, do they have authorization to take a shot immediately, or do they have to get permission? Because if the Secret Service wasn't there and it ran at a stakeout for a bank robbery, I think they have to get permission if they saw means and intent to murder someone. I don't understand why any of the other officers didn't engage them.
Mr. Shaker, do you have any comment on that in terms of the engagement and the rules of engagement that were in place?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's about flying your empire is more than just one thing. It's more than just terrifies. The wonder of it is Cosmos Appliance using powerful technology and simplified design to create magic in usage again and again. It's powerful, multifunctional, it's a lot more than meets the enterprise.
Well, if the red won't play ball, then the robberies won't take you back to cards. It's just as simple as that.
In fact, this is true. They're marching out from the water. Now, the reason they're doing that is they know the police can't stop them once they're in the water. But actually, there's not a police officer to be seen.
The key to all of this is to be able to deport people that come illegally. The last Labour government was deporting over 40,000 people a year. In the past, we wouldn't put up with this. Now, we deal with that because as we speak of it, and both the Conservative and the Labour government.
Farage has made it clear that he doesn't like how the French Navy is helping traffickers bring people illegally into Britain. He thinks the most important thing is to deport people who come to the UK illegally. According to him, in the past, the Labour government was deporting over 40,000 illegal immigrants each year. But now, he says, the UK is allowing this problem to grow because of weak leadership from both the Conservative and Labour parties.
I predicted there would be an invasion, and it got tough on this issue. And of course, nobody wanted to talk about it. They called me nasty names, they're very good at doing that, and now, 3,800 days later, 125,000 people later, that will be help now. Labour says, we'll solve it, we'll crack down on the criminal gangs. Well, we've been saying that about the drugs gangs for decades, but they haven't made anything.
And over there, it's over. And the French police have watched all of this happen and haven't lifted a finger to intervene.
Farage's frustration is clear. He feels that he saw his crisis coming, but no one took him seriously until it was too late. While his tone might be harsh, it's hard to ignore the numbers he brings up. The challenge, however, is not just about acknowledging the problem, but finding a solution that actually works. Farage is right to question whether simply cracking down on criminal gangs will be enough. After all, if similar strategies haven't solved the drug problem, why would they work for immigration?
Strasbourg and Scotland, lead the individual human rights and make clear that nobody that comes via this route will ever be granted settled status in our country. And thirdly, saving the French Navy will not accept your Navy escorting dinghies to our 12-mile line and then handing them over to us.
The 200-year-old political tyrant who paddled across. These men have come from East Africa. Now, with no life jackets, they are risking their lives to get to Britain.
Farage's solution is clear. The UK should leave the European Court of Human Rights. He believes that by doing so, the country could take stronger actions, such as making it clear that anyone who enters the UK illegally through these dangerous routes will never be granted settled status. He also calls for a tougher stance against the French Navy, which he accuses of escorting boats carrying illegal immigrants to the UK's waters and handing them over to British authorities.
Growing number of young people who not subscribe to his values, in fact, despise in many cases. The local elections where in parts of our inner cities we saw sectarian politics, people voting purely on religious lines, councillors getting elected in Leeds and Burnley and elsewhere screaming Allah Akbar, or things like we're coming to get you. Now, that, I think, was very, very disquieting. The most recent posts on this were done by J.O. Partners, a very reputable company.
Farage expresses deep concern about what he sees as a growing disconnect between young people, particularly young Muslims, and traditional British values. He claims that a significant number of young people in the UK not only reject these values, but even despise them. Farage points to recent local elections as evidence. According to him, sectarian politics were at play, with people voting strictly along religious lines.
Okay, this is what I'm worried about. It showed that 23% of 18 to 24-year-old young Muslims living in Britain think that jihad is a good thing. Now, that, of course, is not a British value in any way at all, and that's a very, very disturbing trend. It's particularly prevalent amongst the young. We have a problem, and just to say it's Islamophobic or it's this or it's that, is to ignore the fact we have a very real problem. The division with these marches. We see the division with the intolerance towards Jewish people. We see the division in our universities, where a lot of Jewish students have virtually gone into hiding, so unpleasant have things become. That's where the division is. What I am saying is...
Is it scary being in a fair agent? Yeah.
Sorry. Long legs.
Yeah. It's an algorithm. It's algorithm. Until then.
About this. If you don't sort this out, you're going to have a bigger problem.
Americans' concerns about religion and intolerance in the UK are serious, and highlights the need to address. The rise in advocacy, particularly among personal conflicts with the Americans, and the British experiencing is unacceptable in any society. Farage is right to call for a debate, and it is Americans as well as the young person.
Both the Labour and the Conservative Party before the bomb. Labour opened the door to mass immigration and swallowed every other city. Accelerate that way. The 1.2 billion settlers. The money is there. Cannot have integration. Cannot have society, different communities working together if we have mass immigration at that level. So number one, recognise that the cheap mass immigration and ultimately
is left to underscore the faces with immigration. His concern about the ability of communities to integrate when immigration is at such a high level is a valid point. This situation is overcoming through large numbers and driving in a short period, especially if there is adequate support to help However, the issue isn't just about numbers. It's also about how society adapts, supports these new values. While reducing immigration might seem like a straightforward solution, it's important to consider the broader implications. immigration is consequences. The challenge is finding a balance that allows for sustainable growth while maintaining the ability to mitigate and thrive together. We should
well, if the whole boat plays all, then the water is not taking the back of her. It's just as simple as that. The door opposite says if you see a vessel that you think is a danger, you should do your utmost to save them. The French Navy should not.
Farage's suggestions involve the Royal Marine and his call for a trucker stance fast surface represent a the current situation is evident. This approach raises serious questions about international law, diplomacy, and the potential of involves strained relations with the UK and competing legal and humanitarian challenges. Australia agrees that it's situations. Australia's geography, legal framework, and the scale of problems contribute to the UK's current challenges. Against these
Today, we have over 30,000 five-star reviews, and we always can just keep spelling out. This is the story of the award-winning Chef Approved, spelled out 30 times always. We've partnered with the best experts in sustainability, engineering, and design. And after 3 years, 43 prototypes, and hundreds of tests later, we did it. Ready to make cooking a lot easier.
We have seen how much things around us have changed in the time. The difference in the after video. Of course, you've seen what is happening financially, but also spiritually, and even in addition to agriculture, we've seen a number of things in the last few years. Some rather interesting stories in this video. And we're going to get into essentially how the devil church themselves and essentially got the church to reject their own understanding. And then cycling off all the knowledge over this hall. Okay, it's kind of strange. Well, like I said, we're going to get into that in this video, and it is really intriguing. And I'm going to get into also some scandals we're seeing in the church and how it ties into all of this. Why is there two essentially the charismatics, prosperity preachers, Pentecostals, and you have the other side, which is sort of the Calvinists, Stationists. This way. It's all tied into sides. Okay, we'll get into that. But like I said, first I want to mention, financially you've seen obviously what's happened around us. It isn't exactly hard to see. Dollar General, for example, says it's losing money. Cash-strapped customers. Dollar stores are going out of business now because customers have no cash. That's literally where we're at. I saw this other story and I just couldn't believe it. Goodwill, which gets free clothes, free products. Apparently they can't afford to stay in business with free products. I mean, I've given probably, I don't know, like so much. It's just amazing to me they can't stay in business. The fact is, though, just absolutely. Of course, this involves how viral video they are.
This kit is absolutely essential. So I want to go over a couple of guys involved. If you're in need of a medical emergency, it does come from one.
Recently, Richard Dawkins, pretty know who this guy is. He's a very famous atheist in the UK, which, by the way, a lot of this history we're going to talk about is in, like, sort of that realm. It's sort of in Britain, right? Great Britain, Ireland, some of these areas is where all of this history took place that I'm going to talk about in this video. And he is the culmination of this. He is the cessation. He is the cessation of no miracle thing. It's all. And that's Richard Dawkins. they can sell you, and actually this is the biggest what it is, you're already an atheist. You just have one it's also in the science. Science is separate. It's absolutely set. It's kind of contradictory, right? So that's what he's saying. He's changing his way. Going, no, what he's saying to you is he likes all the benefits of you believing, but he doesn't want any. It's just really ironic. Actually, he goes on to say he likes how his country has less belief. And I'm like, dude, we make literally no sense. You want to live with all the benefits of those you don't want some other religion to come in. It makes no sense to how he talks. And it shows you that it's supposed to be the country. You see, it's not enough religion. We can give away and of course, that is stopping traffic, hundreds of vehicles, not even 100, it just starts doing this. Everyone has to stop and do it. Also, recent, massive, push crowd are all concerned about the fact that they cannot say what they want those people to say. In your country that basically is trying to website Twitter, X, and also not allowing people to say certain things. And we're seeing this also over in London. Same exact thing. Really interesting. Now, of course, you might have remembered there were two people, specific people, that were told they could no longer have the Christ the Redeemer statue on their surfboard. For example, one guy, the other lady who was a skateboarder. They're both from Brazil, by the way. The lady from Brazil, skateboarder, told she couldn't speak about her faith, so she sign languaged it, right? And he was told he had to remove this statue picture on his surfboard, right? You don't think this is coordinated? You don't think the devil's behind any of this? Really? I mean, it's really amazing to me. I mean, it's so obvious, and it's so obvious you just want it right there. sort of also we're going to get into, like I said, about this right? That guy? The church. What's the what he had? What he learned? He got it from the John D. That's one of the main people he got it from. John D. Forrest. Okay? It's just amazing. This all this knowledge was lost in the church. He did slightly spiritual, obviously not good things. So we'll get into that as well. And of course how church leaders, Vatican, years ago. When the King of Kings walked the earth, and all the religious leaders condemned him. Same exact thing. We'll get, like I said, we'll get into that all and much more as we get further into this video. But first of all, I got to mention food supply, 25 shelf life. Link is in the description. Mega 3-month food supply pack. 1 calories per day included. It's $750, $300 off. Link is in the description. They have all the things going on around this. Sarcastic. You should might want to be prepared. Also, this book here, The Lost Ways, How Your Great-Grandfather Lived Without Electricity, able to sell and do things with. Link is in the description. $37 for shipping. And of course, go to someone's link below. They got some deals going on. I would recommend getting the silver because silver is lower priced than it actually is worth right now. And I think silver will skyrocket when the dollar loses a lot of its value, as I've indicated. Very obvious according to the charts, the Fed data, that seven times in the last every single time. So in the next few months, anywhere from the next so definitely depends on nostalgia to agree with that. First, when you see the script, of course, doing that, presume all that harder. Well, so hard. All the body, first instinct, right? I think it's in the script as well. So, like I said, but this guy's yet another one of them. He had his retreats in this one specific area where all the rich dudes hang out. They have all their houses there. For some reason, he liked to have his retreat in this exact area. It's really interesting. And of course, his not nanny, house cleaner. His house cleaner had seen all of these messages from some of the people in the area to him. A letter written to him. This is, of course, we don't know if this is all true. This is some story that's told. And of course, they invite him to one of their rituals. And she saw the letter and talked to Ricky's wife about it. Like, what is this letter? It says right here, a word that I'm not going to say, but it specifically refers to these type of people. Okay, like I said. And she said, why does it say that word? And the wife was like, it's different than you're thinking. And so that was many, many years ago, right? So I represented it because I thought it was rather curious. And of course, there's also some other really interesting stories of people that went into church that said at one time, she mentioned at one time they were all in trance and they were reciting some really strange. I don't know, man. It's again stories. Stories are stories. It could be true, it could be false. We don't know, right? But it was really curious to me, so I presented it because I felt like something was wrong. There's just something. Particularly the fact of where he was having his retreats. That looked really strange to me. And by the way, John MacArthur has something really interesting about the cinema profession that he put on his church report. And I'll get into that. I'll talk about that before, but it's in the same vein. Stone. But what's interesting, of course, is he installed this guy over his church. And for some reason, the guy fell. Oh my goodness, it seems like every other person in one of these positions falls. Dear Morningstar staff, employees and clinics, everyone is doing the problem. I have decided only to be stepped on all these responsibilities. Blah, blah, CEO, etc. I submitted my letter of resignation August 26, 2024. It was graciously accepted. I know this may come to a surprise, and perhaps even shock some of you. Please believe me when I say it. It was not an easy decision. I am heartbroken. Blah, blah, blah. Canned message. Another minister steps down with falling or doing something wrong, right? What a surprise. We've seen this like a million times before, haven't we? And of course, apparently that's not the only thing that's happened at Morningstar. There's actually more. There's actually this one as well, which I was like, really? Yeah, here we go. What was this? Was that this year too? Was that the same guy or is this a different guy? This is today. No, this was yesterday. Wow, I thought, is this the same dude? Okay, accused of a cover in a lawsuit detailing, and I'm not going to read this stuff, but I'm pretty sure you can read it on the screen. Not good stuff, okay? Very, very not good stuff. Okay, a lawsuit filed against them, and this is probably related. Negligent, grossly reckless, local, etc. Yeah, this is pretty ridiculous, man. Yeah, so apparently it was tied to him. So this is why he stepped down by an ex-volunteer. So why would he step down if it was the ex-volunteer's fault? If the ex-volunteer is the one that did all this stuff, why is he stepping down? That's a good question. Okay, maybe because of the lawsuit, because the lawsuit saying that he got right. You know, I've seen so many of these crazy stories. You have the IHOP one. There's so many of these. Every time I turn around, there's a new one. And honestly, I don't like covering these because there's so many, and it's just, you know, sort of depressing, actually. But I think it's intentional. I think these things are intentional. Okay, so what I'm saying is, I don't think he's a legit minister. I don't think this Rick Joyner is legit. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. Okay? It just seems like this type of stuff always seems to follow these kind of guys. Right? It just seems like. So, getting over to what I wanted to get at. So, what's really interesting about this is there's this man named John Dee. And maybe I should look him up. He was actually back in the late 1500s. Okay, let's see if we can pull up. Yeah, here we go. Look at me, I guess. John Dee was an English mathematician, astronomer, teacher, astrologer, occultist, alchemist. So he's doing all of these things. He was a court astronomer for and advisor to Queen Elizabeth I, and spent much of his time in alchemy and Hermetic philosophy. Now, what's really interesting about this Hermetic philosophy? Why is the computer making weird noise? I don't know. So, the Hermetic philosophy stuff, that was really big back then. You know, you had Copernicus, all the scientific revolution, right? All tied together. Because I have a theory, and it seems like the more I research it, the more it's distinctly concluded. And you have to do it. Because, you know, I talked about the red and white dragon, that goes back to the whole prophecy of Merlin the Magician about the red dragon with Wales being defeated by the white dragon with the Saxons, and then it's set up 1,000 years, which I believe was the kingdom would have been significantly like the argue that it was a psychological way to say that. I think it was the actual thing. Okay, I'm sure. Even if I'm wrong, if it wasn't the actual thing, it was psychological. The fact is, you had 1,000 years like that. Then after that, you had the scientific revolution, the age of enlightenment, but in my view, what to do each other from God. Read this group each other from God. Oh, well, that was good. The enlightenment, right? The scientific revolution, people in Hermetic philosophy as well. So John Dee is apparently the believer. He was baptized in the church, all that kind of stuff. And was doing education of images. Okay, he used officially he used sort of like the modern day Enoch of his time around the late 1500s. So Enoch also was known to be with God and he did all these miracles and things of that nature. So to understand it, and actually spoke to angels. Remember, he was the one who intermediated between all angels and God, trying to discuss and figure out what would happen to them, what would there be their sort of punishment for what they've done wrong, right? That's what the book of Enoch talks about. Now, of course, mysteriously, the book of Enoch was considered non-scriptural, right? Even though the book Jude literally calls it prophecy. And Scripture says all prophecy is inspired, which means it's Scripture. But of course, just completely ignore that. That's actually one of the cracks in the whole modern day, 66 books only argument, is the fact that these 66 books point to all the books, and in some cases say literally this is prophecy, which would indicate it's inspired, which would make it Scripture. Okay? So,
it already debunks itself. On top of that, you have also on top of that the fact that the King James Version, which is from 1611, shortly, almost exactly 2 years after John Dee, the King James, of course, Version, had more books in it than 66 books. It had also the Apocrypha in it, which of course they mysteriously removed 200 years ago for some strange reason. And, I mean, the settlers of King America and in theirs. But of course you have modern day ministers like, whoa, books are all bad books. Whoa, I was in there first. Why that is your makes no logical sense, period. If people are not inspired, why do you read the book that you love? Doesn't make sense. Alright, so you have all these factors. Now, what's really interesting about this is that if you look at the version of the King of Kings, the Magi. Who's the Magi? They are magicians. Magicians, not like some weird word that shit's made up that means nothing. The word Magi is literally magician. Okay? They're astronomers. Just like John Dee here. They literally had a skill set from Daniel the prophet. Okay? Daniel who interpreted dreams. Literally, who interpreted dreams. These men were baptized in the church. Of course, when they presented to me, they presented like they were, no, we're not. They're going to the house. Right? So this is kind of how it presented. The Dominus was a contemporary of John Dee, from the same time. And I think, I'm not sure how much the Dominus, but I think he might have also been before the I think he might have been also. So John Dee here was communicating with anything using some sort of technique which comes from scripture, the Apocrypha, and of course the Vatican didn't like this. Although the Vatican liked it for a while, but the Pope barely surfaced it all the time. For a while, got entertainment out of it. When they bring them forth and then talk with them and stuff like that. So I just thought it was really interesting that the main people who use his books today, what's the main people that use John Dee's materials today? Occultists. They're using a Christian's book to figure out how to do hidden secrets, magic. But then they separate it from the religion and say, well, we're just going to use it for ourselves. We're going to, well, this is, and all these guys, like Crowley, all these people were using John Dee's writings. Okay? That's where he started. That's where it probably started. And it's going to get more bizarre as we get farther into this. Because you're not going to believe where Crowley's mother, what religion she was a part of, and how it ties into all of this. You've heard of John Darby, right? You've heard of Schofield, like the Schofield Bible. We're going to get into that because that is where Crowley came from. He came from the exact same group that Darby founded. Darby got his money from who? Where did Darby get his money from? Oh, let's go show you that. I'm kind of jumping around a little bit here, but where did Darby and Schofield get their money? Which, by the way, all our teaching today comes from these two guys. Okay? All the left behind the digging up Scotty stuff, we're not saying anything's going to happen because it will happen. It's just the mindset that we're just waiting to get zapped out of here. We don't think about this world. Who cares? Everything's going down. Just wait for them to be faded out of here, and that's the end of it. We don't have to live long. If you're a hyper-original California God, it's that's this is better. This is the mindset that the devil wants you to have. This was actually designed by family, the Rothschild family. They targeted both of these people. Darby started the first record, which, by the way, was Aleister Crowley's father's religion.
It's about time the empire is only just one thing. More than just an enterprise, the owner of it other finals is requested politicians to come back and be
That's exactly why we spread. Okay, this is all. I'm watching this. I like to watch that. It's just really rough. So, examples of what you do not currently interceding, waiting, mediating back and forth. Right, this is what we got. And of course, so John Darby, teacher, what was so bigger among the original primitive brethren? What was wrong with them? Let's go look that up. Oh, it's so weird. It's the exact word. It's strange. Oh, it's so weird. Yeah, so that's how it played out. See how that works? You almost set to both sides and place it. This is how it's set up. This is how it's set up. Now, I'm actually skipping around. So what I'm saying regarding angels, this is an ancient Greek word here. Non-mortal ministering spirits. We are ministering spirits in service. We are ministering spirits. We're not God. In that respect, here's the ancient Greek terms from a secular literature standpoint. Reflecting different aspects of service to society in this context. One who works to move up people in public service, people of public servants. Do not. If they're servants to God, it is only every talk to them, sitting there just like those guys. But someone uses come back to this sort of association. You're just looking at the together as a fun arms or something. I don't know what they think. It's really strange. If you're actually your public servant, it would make sense that you pray that God something can stop what you want. So there would be anything that need to. But instead, his mother became baptized in the church so that it was apparently before he was able to sell. Just because he was able to use his gifts for healing. It's really interesting. The doctor has his guidance he has books of it's a scholar in history. And he talks about how some texts, when it talks about the giants, some families of the giants were called human. So it makes you wonder if they're like part human and part something else, if they're more human than they are the other, or maybe in certain circumstances they are still human and believable, while others maybe they're too far gone. If that makes sense. Because you also have different levels. You have the Titans, which is what I believe the devil is Prometheus. The story of Prometheus, you know, the movie Prometheus. It's a beginning movie franchise. I believe the devil was Prometheus. And he's a class of Titans. He's like a second generation Titan, if I understand correctly, looking into all these ancient texts and stuff. Some of these games before that were older games, like older gods, if you would call it, and they fell. They had offspring, but those offspring were again because they were irredeemable. If that makes sense. So this isn't one scripture; it's increased. It's used to every creature. I always wonder, what does that mean? Why don't they just say like creature? Is it possible in some strange cases that those that are not born fully as humans, as you say, like we're talking about the high school research, it sounds like some, like you have Canaanites, you have Philistines, you have all these different groups in the Old Testament. And a few of them were called humans, even though they were all called giants. It's really strange to have some of the groups were redeemable while others weren't. It's hard to explain, but of course this is just speculation. I don't know. Because, again, we just have these English texts, and a lot of people are taught with paradigm on how to think. It's miracles. You got to think this way. Cowboys, that's this, or that, or the other. And they don't want to be surrendered. But I'm thinking he was one of those that could be redeemed. So you have here Merlin the magician that was born, and he was baptized into the church, and he was well known for his miraculous works. And I'm going to go through a little bit of this, and then, like I said, I'm going to do a part 2 of the Miley Jump, because I can't do all this stuff here, but otherwise this would be like an hour-long video. And here's just a couple of things, and this is some stuff you've never heard of probably before. Perhaps Merlin's most remarkable achievement is single-handedly transporting a ring of magical stones known as the Giant's Dance in Ireland. Salisbury Plain, Flintshire, built Stonehenge. Survived the future of Stonehenge, showing Merlin helping replace the huge stones. So apparently, Stonehenge was built by Merlin. Did that before? really helping place stones in a copy of the Roman reverse clinical British history by a poet of Trinity named Waits, written in the Roman French. So, this, of course, was actually originally, it looks like they were originally magical stones that were brought from Ireland to the Salisbury Plain, in Wiltshire. So that's one of the stories about him. Also, it's undertaking the marvelous conceptions for the education of King Arthur. He did that as well. And so that was actually, there's also actually a number of other stories too, like I said. But like I said, I'm going to get into more over my other channel. I'm going to also get into John MacArthur, some of the stuff I've heard. But I can show you actual evidence in the case of John MacArthur. Unlike with Rick Joyner, it's more, well, there is a little bit of evidence, like I mentioned, where he actually does his retreats. It's really interesting. But in the case of John MacArthur, we also have some rather curious evidence we're going to get into as well. But like I mentioned, the whole point is, the whole idea is that you had this miraculous gifts in the church, and people like John Dee with Merlin the magician. And it reminds me of the Magi, or the magicians that went to see the King of Kings at his birth. It's like the same kind of order, right? And that this was a hidden sort of knowledge within the church, only some people had access to it. And then what the devil's like, I'm going to stop all of that. It's the Vatican stop it, by the way. I'm going to stop all of that. I'm going to cycle all of it. And this wants to be magic over to the occult, and I'll give it to Crowley, who came from the Plymouth Brethren, which is sort of like the roots of all this false ideology. Okay? So that all sort of attracted him away from the faith, and then he went on his own routes on all this stuff with Crowley. So the devil essentially took all of this knowledge from the church, got the church to block it off, and then he used it over for his own means. And that's what's been going on for hundreds of years. It was backed money-wise by the Rockefeller Hotel. So, you see what I'm getting at? And this leads into what we see in our society today, which is the separation of science from religion. This is part of the whole plan. The devil was separating science and religion, when before they were actually one. We saw with John Dee, he was an astronomer, he's a mathematician, he was also doing his magic. At the same time, he's a genius, apparently, from what I understand, with mathematics and astronomy. See, the Americans, they were also into these magic, of course, arts. But people don't know about it, because they changed, of course, the history, so you don't know about it. And they separated religion and science, so now the devil can completely control the magic over on his side. You see what I'm getting at? And this goes back to this movie, this Marvel show, Doctor Strange. Remember in the beginning with Doctor Strange, he was just an atheist, like Richard Dawkins. He was just, I'm a man of science. I'm a scientist, right? That was his whole thing. Like, I'm a scientist, I don't believe in spiritual stuff, blah, blah, blah. And then he goes to some Buddhist or some, I don't know, some monk or whatever, and then she shows him the truth. There is this spiritual realm, and then, of course, he's working in this magic, right? You see how that works? See how it works? So he then only brings those that he wants into this understanding, when actually, and then with everybody else, he keeps them in the dark, with science and everything separated, so that, you know, everyone's just believing, oh, it's just science, you know. And that's kind of what society's been for a long time, but they start to see the cracks, people not believing this, you know, like there's too many coincidences, things don't make sense. All this stuff going on around us, there's no way it's just a weird coincidence, right? So I don't know, like I said, I'm going to get into much more of that, which I'll talk about the next thing, let me know if that's as well.
great big canvas puts the powerful part in your hands.
The people of God and the Jewish people have to come together, which has happened. Israel and the church has to, but also if you're the Spirit of God, then the ancient's been trying to war against you from the moment you were born. It's been trying to harass you, batter you, abuse you, wound you, scar you, defile you, distract you, anything you can do to stop God's purposes, and you have to fight.
The dragon's prophecy is unlike any book he's ever written. So it's like,
I have never, it's kind of amazing for me to think that, but I have never written a book focusing on Israel and the end times, and the end times in general. I mean, I speak about prophetic things that are going to happen, but this is the first time. And in fact, I was working on the sequels to the gospel and interrupted me and said, no, I actually saw a dragon in my head, and that was the beginning of the dragon's prophecy. This is the only book, Eric, where I'm actually writing it, I'm working on it, and things are happening. It's happening in the world when I'm writing it. So I had to keep on coming back to the book and rewriting it because it kept happening. It's also the only book that I've written where I have so much attack. I'm writing about a book that we're doing. I'm writing about the dragon, the revelation of floods against Israel. And as I'm writing it, a flood comes against my congregation. Then a second flood, right? Then a third flood. Then things break into the flood. And it's crazy stuff. It's all that spiritual. Yeah, it's total spiritual, and that's a good sign. To me, I'm glad you coming here today. It is a good sign. The enemy doesn't want God's people to read it, to know it, or to see it. So that's a good sign. So it's what if it was, I mean, and if we're watching, there is a real spiritual war behind it. We're all part of it. Every single person on earth is part of it. And if you're a believer, even more so. And also the war is not only with Israel and the world, but it's also the church, and it's also each of our lives. The enemy wars against each other. Same way. So this is going to open up revelations about that as well, how to overcome. And one thing, there's one mystery here, and we'll get to it, but that actually may enable us to know exact events yet to come, down to when exactly they're going to happen.
And it's not a surprise, Jonathan, you've been facing massive spiritual warfare, because when you're talking about Israel, you're touching the apple of God's eye, and a lot of this book can be linked back to October 7th.
Yeah.
And that Hamas massacre of 1,200 Israelis. Tell us about the tie in this book to the October 7th massacre and the war between Israel and Hamas.
Yeah, well, the first thing is that literally I was sharing the congregation that is one of the mysteries of this. And the mystery ordained that there would be an attack on Israel. It would happen in 2023, it would happen in October, it would happen on a Sabbath day, it would happen on a Hebrew holy day, it would take place on the first Saturday of October. I'm sharing this mystery that on October 6th, that Friday night, next morning it happens. People are there saying, listen, this is what I'm saying, this is, no accidents, and this may even enable us to tell us more. This goes back to first the mystery of the dragon, and, there is a force of evil, and sometimes people are fine with the God, but not the enemy. You cannot explain anything without the enemy. You cannot explain Jewish history, without that. There is an entity, and the Bible calls him the dragon and the serpent. He is a fallen angel, and he exists to stop the purposes of God, to destroy the purposes of God. Then, on the other hand, you have God creates a people who are there to fulfill the purpose of God, to bring God's purpose into the world. And so what are you going to have? When you have that or one or the other, you're going to have a war. And so what we saw on October 7th is part of the ancient war. We kind of rise up and we have a generation. But it's part of the ancient war that's been going on in one form or another. And it makes no sense in the natural. We cannot explain it in the natural. It doesn't matter. In a world where we have no Jewish people, there are features of Jewish people. Yeah, ancient times, medieval times, modern times, and it keeps changing. In some ways they say, well, we're against the Jews because they keep to themselves. We're against the Jews because they don't keep to themselves. We're against them because they have no, they're Israel as well. We're against them because they have Israel. It doesn't matter. This is a spiritual general problem. And if anything, not only does Jewish resistance show the existence of God's testimony, but it also testifies to the existence of the enemy. So you got this war, and then in Revelation you have this vision of this dragon who makes war against this woman, who has a crown of 12 stars, who gives birth to Messiah. That's Israel. And that is the thing that's, Eric, it's amazing. It's not only, it's yet to come, a revelation, but actually things from Revelation are even spilling over now because the war is happening right now as well. So there's amazing mysteries that affect all of us.
It's amazing how Jewish writings talk about the devil, that enemy, that dragon, that serpent. They talk about the devil as well. But they give Jesus, Jonathan, so much. He talked about the devil a lot and the enemy of our souls. But ancient Jewish writings predating Jesus also talk about him.
Yeah, and really are. It's 124. And here is the devil beast. The war against Israel makes no sense. You think, after an event like that, everybody would rally behind Israel. It's just the opposite. That is not natural. And the thing is that, it's the word. Satan is a Hebrew word. There's a reason, because he's the one who's against, who opposes, he's against the Jewish people first. So there is a mystery here, and that this is something, and it's going to be, it can be kind of a stunning thing, and that, you don't jive with it, but the thing is that we pray for all people. God is for, wants to save all people. But think about this. The enemy is an imitator. He's a mimic. He mimics God. So what happened? If God's going to resurrect his ancient people and bring them back into the world, the enemy is going to have his own resurrection. And he's going to bring back an ancient people. And the ancient people are the ancient enemies of Israel. And they were called the Philistines, or the Philistines. And these were the sea people. These were the sea peoples. They swept over, and they invaded Israel. And they were Goliath, Samson, the sword, all that is the Philistines. So what would happen if he would resurrect his people? He has resurrected his people. And it's not about the people. They don't know what they're doing. But we told them the Palestinians. Palestinian means Philistine. Literally means that. And the amazing thing, there's so much to this, but they're actually replaying the ancient mystery without knowing it. And the thing is that when Israel, the word Israel first came into the world, it was on the Pharaoh's inscriptions, ancient time, Israel. Right after that is when the word Philistine comes in on the Pharaoh's inscription. They come into the world together. And so when Israel came back, so the essence of another resurrection. When Israel starts coming back in the end of the 1800s, Zionist Congress, right after that, the word Philistine starts spreading in the Arabic language. And then, in fact, the word, and the only word is, you know whatever, the word for Philistine in Arabic, among Philistines, the word is Philistine. That's how you say Palestinian. That's how you say it's Philistine. That's how you say it. It's real obvious. The thing is that, so at the same moment, Israel's coming back in 1948. There's this other resurrection that has now touched the entire world. And this is a war. This is part of the Dragon's War.
And folks, the book is called, if you're listening to this fascinating breakdown by the one and only Rabbi Jonathan Cahn, the book is called The Dragon's Prophecy, Israel, the Dark Resurrection, and the End of Times. It's a must-read for such a time as this. And Jonathan, I think it's fascinating how this repeats itself. As you said, the Palestinians today lived in the territory in Gaza in particular, in which the ancient Philistines, Israel's ancient enemies, yes, it was called Philishet in the Bible. It's called Philistia. And it was strip of land there. And I think people don't realize it. Gaza was there. We know that Gaza is an ancient city of the Philistines. But the Gaza Strip, you know when it officially came back? 1948. When Israel came back and they went to their land, then all of a sudden, all these Palestinians are coming back, and also the population triples and quadruples, and now it's like 10 times what it was. It's all happening when Israel comes back. So if God is bringing the Jewish people to their homeland, the enemy's bringing, they don't know it, they're pawns, bringing the Philistines to their ancient homeland. And so it's amazing. So, and from that land, for Israel in ancient times, this was a land they feared because evil would come from it. No doubt. And it was a collision course then, and it is a collision course today. By the way, where can we get the book?
The book, The Dragon's Prophecy, is everywhere where there are books, like Walmart and Amazon, every bookstore, place online you get it right now. And where you get it also for their families, that people who don't know in their world, and who need to know.
Jonathan, you're right. They've unpacked this a little bit so far.
Today, we have over 30,000 5-star reviews, and we always can just keep selling it. This is the story of the award-winning chef-proofed, sold out 30 times always. We've partnered with the best experts in sustainability, engineering, and design. And after 3 years, 43 prototypes, and hundreds of experiments later, we did it. ready to make this a lot easier?
The dragon's prophecy reveals an ancient mystery behind October. Yes. What in ancient times? See, the thing is that, and again, it's not the people. We got to pray for all people, but it's this mystery that's taking place, and it's rather than the ancient Philistines step by step. So the ancient Philistines were they put all things into one. They hated Israel. The Bible speaks about it. Yeah, the Bible speaks about hatred. They trained their children from youth to be soldiers. That was for a good life. They said, well, Goliath has been a man of war since his youth. They tricked so happening. And the thing is that, so the thing is that, what did they do? In ancient times, they would invade Israel. They would launch raids on Israel. They would raid Israeli villages. The Philistines would, and they would launch it from the Gaza Strip, or, which is, so that's exactly the thing. And so, in fact, when you read Bible commentary, it tells us that they raided it, and they committed atrocities, and it doesn't mean, it's only 2020 about it. If you want to understand what's happening, you can't go to CNN. You got to go to God, And the thing is that actually there's a mystery because the Bible speaks about these raids, and it gives two lands, and one is the Negev, and the other is called the Shephelah. And when they two converge, is exactly where October 7th happened. Where that festival was, where the villagers were, it's in the exact point of land So, and the other thing is, what would they do? The Bible says they would take captives. They would take the Israeli captives back to the Gaza Strip. That's a great point. You're unlocking these mysteries in the dragon's prophecy. This is cutting edge. Again, some people are looking at October 7th and the aftermath kind of in the natural, but this is an ancient spiritual battle. And by the way, you write in the book that Hamas, this vicious terrorist organization, actually appears Hamas is an acronym for the Islamic Resistance Movement. And so it becomes an Arabic word that means zeal. It's one of the strange prophecy or property to it, and that is that it's also a Hebrew word. And so this Hebrew word in Hebrew, it doesn't mean zeal and fervor. It means evil, violence, and destruction. So I mean, like, the fact that they chose it, I mean, they didn't even realize it. It's a Bible. So under Hamas, you will see things like save me from the man of Hamas, or save me in the sun. Or Hamas has risen up as a rod of evil on the land. Or there is bloodshed covering the land because Hamas fills the city. Or Hamas, they do everything in hiding and they have their tunnels and the darkness. It says Hamas dwells in the dark places. And then you have things like rid Hamas from the land. And the promise in the kingdom of Messiah that in that day Hamas shall no longer be heard in your land. It's all there. There are no coincidences. This is so clearly, Jonathan, a spiritual battle. You outlined it in the dragon's prophecy. Yes. October 7th. Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. It's amazing because it's also the other thing that's happening is like end-time prophecy has been accelerated. And we see it with the apostasy, but now with Israel, it's accelerating. There are several flashpoints, prophetic flashpoints that we cross with all these things. But it's like Revelation is still going. Now in Revelation, is that the dragon, persecuted the one. Jewish people persecuted. Here's the source of it. Also, it says we have the word is called rage against Israel and against these people. This is the dragon's rage against Israel. And it wasn't that it was demonic, what happened. But the thing is that it says that he launched a flood, specifically launched a flood out of his mouth to flood away the water. Now he was trying to flood away the Jewish people from overwhelming. Well, this was also a flood that came from the land. But the thing is, there's actually what happened on October 7th as a code. It's called Operation Tufan. Tufan is the Arabic word for the flood. The flood. There's a story, Eric, that we learned. Eric and I enjoyed this. We enjoyed this. And that is that there's a story which actually has a secret here. And that is the story of Samson. The story of Samson, the Philistines take an Israelite captive, they mutilate him, take him captive down to Gaza. So we ultimately to Gaza. They put him on display. I like what happened there. They rejoice over it. That's kind of what happened there. They have a celebration, a festival, and then as the festival's happening, you know the story, Samson pushes and he strikes down the Philistine for temple of David. Well, the amazing thing is, okay, so now we have the Israelites being taken again to Gaza. They have celebrations in Gaza. It's actually a day festival. And it's like an ancient revenge that the dragon uses that people don't know. Because what happened is now they strike Israel, and as they were struck by Samson on the day of their festival, they strike Israel on the day of its festival. In the Bible, the word of the Philistine festival is the word simcha, joy, simcha. So they strike Israel on a night called simcha. Simcha to the other thing is that it says that, you know, the number of people, the only number it gives, the people that were slain, it says about 3,000. The IDF identified the names on October 7th. It said it was about 3,000. It was like the return of the Gazans.
Working with open source software is like exploring the galaxy filled with opportunities and cybercriminals. Developing tools that will fail your mission. With Scientific Lifecycle, you can control known and unknown risks. Here's how. A software bill of materials shows you everything inside your applications in minutes. The exact location and dependencies fix threats fast. Automated policies for security and enhance productivity, confirming every release is safe for production. Then continuous monitoring does record checks for new violations, like triple alerts. Customers use Lifecycle part of software supply chain management. Somatech Lifecycle, from development to build to focus on cluster SDLC and achieve digital transformation.
It was like a revenge that they didn't even realize, but the enemy does. So you're not going to hear this anywhere else. The book is called The Dragon's Prophecy. It's amazing. It's kind and again, it's written at a time when we have so much confusion, so much demonic hatred against Israel and the Jewish people. Jonathan cuts through all of that with biblically, the big guy, where everything's on soul. Jonathan, perhaps, maybe your most important and timely yet, and that's saying something good. And I want to ask you about this principle you write out. I call it principle. Yeah, write about the book. Of states and desecration. Yeah, solid block purposes. Yeah, I'm also going to, I mean, you know, I just want to interrupt but we've never had such a swell of interest. I mean, so much that we've never seen it before for this one. So I think it is the time, and I appreciate the word. Yeah, the enemy is a desecrator. I mean, he takes what is of God and he desecrates it. Abomination. He takes something that's holy and desecrated. So it's no accident on the day of October 7th that it was the holy day of the Jewish week. It was the Sabbath, the Shabbat, day of peace, day of blessing. So he turns the day of blessing and peace to a day of warfare and confidence and sorrow. And it is that it belongs for the Sabbath. And it's like every single law of the Sabbath that in the world was broken specifically. The law you can't trap, you can't slaughter, you can't bind, you can't do every single one. I mean, you don't want to make one. But the other thing is that on the Sabbath, Jewish people welcome the Sabbath into the house, and come in, enter God, and come in. Well, so on that day, there's a satanic entrance into the homes of Israel on the Sabbath. The other thing is, there's a name for the enemy's kind of quote unholy days. They call it a gathering, a satanic gathering is called a black Sabbath. And the thing is, the name for what happened on the Sabbath in Israel is called the Black Sabbath. That's one. The other, at the same time, it's a holiday. And he goes and says, Simchat Torah, rejoicing. So what's the enemy do? He turns the day of joy, peace, joy day. You know, and it's in himself. And the day has its own day, and that is this, is that on Simchat Torah, you're supposed to go out in the streets and dance and sing. So instead, the enemies of Israel go out into the streets and dance and sing and celebrate the shedding of Jewish blood. As the hostages were paraded through the streets, just thousands of civilians were beating them, taunting them, mocking them, celebrating them. Like they displayed sin. And by the way, you know, this is, the Bible speaks about it. David says, don't let the Philistine daughters rejoice over this. There's a celebration when something bad happened. And it's not that they're planning it, it just happened. On Simchat Torah, the spiritual give out candies on food. You know what they did? All throughout the Palestinian territory and the Arab, they gave out candies. It was the devil's holiday. And then there's one that's going to lead us to even the Jubilee that we have. This was not the first time that Israel suffered a sneak attack on a holiday since it was miraculously reborn. That's right, in 1948. Talk about the Jubilee. That's right. You and I have spoken before about the good of the Jubilee. Listen, there's the Jubilee. If you lost your land, you get it back. The amazing thing is when you look at the resurrection of Israel, God.
Celebrate 20 years of play with Atlantic Lottery. You can win one of two $10,000 cash prizes. Spend $5 on any game at ALC.ca for your chance to win.
So what do you have to?
Just cooking up a little thank you for Tim. And you for helping me install a much needed and much appreciated garbage disposal at my house.
You have a garbage disposal even.
Oh yeah, I use it all the time. But I need it for you.
This food is in the shower?
Mm-hmm. I prepared it on my day.
Look, guys, boy, Benny, it really sucks to be compared to those. Would you, sir? Right? You're so good at football, you find me interesting in camera. You're so great at dancing, you find me listening. You're so beautiful. You remind me of Gorlock with a square. Never believe. Yeah, try that. Really master fate. Yeah, so you think it's like a loser thing. Then you have to do a Google search for 20 questions. And actually, Donald Trump won the election. Part of that. This is the result. And Trump won. So that's great. So just try to not do the which is make everyone be incredibly great. Nails on a chalkboard. Unlikable. Panders, the black people like you, they like that. Don't feel no ways tired. Jim. Remember Hillary Clinton told extremely popular urban radio show, The Breakfast Club, that the number one thing she carries in her bag is hot sauce? Yeah. Information right now. Hot sauce in my bag. Okay. Yeah, how's that cook with? Okay, so the thing with a lot of people, and I was involved with the thing, after woman, far left-wing Democrat, sociopath, woman,
But at least you won her Democrat primary. Yeah, right. At least you won her Democrat primary. But that's a leg up that Hillary Clinton has on Kamala Harris, right? Super biased Kamala, don't do the exact same thing that Hillary does. Like, sure, you can't hurt black people, but you can fake accent. And by saying really ugly things, I'm not going to bust it out.
People, look, you may not be a union member. You better take a union member. You better take a union member for sick leave. You better take a union member for leave. You better take a union member for vacation time. Because what we know is when union workplaces are safer, every workplace is safe.
So, as we regularly said, I say that a specific type of practice. She goes from the bossy pants, rural boss, strong female character that was raised in Quebec, the very Catholic an expert gun with women. That's Paul won't play one. Even at his taking back his medicine, I won't do that. Fake accent. Again. And, boy, it gets even worse, dude. That the accent of Quebec, because they're like 65. Let's get through the next 65 days. That's the thing in Menthon for 6 weeks. Yeah, well, you mean that was a week for Harris is very funny. Once the common root is something that's far more likely. I'm going to use about 27 pounds. Let's get through the next 12 days. How about that? How about that? You got a thing that you just have fun. Huh. Why is she talking like this? Why is that she talking? To get the answers to this, of course, we're going to turn to our favorite, and very, very, very important Kamala Harris interpreter. You, Kamala, you gonna stop Michael Southern Blackwood. You gonna stop Come on, here. Okay, we got to do this whole day here, you know. You want to come on. We have to go there. Come on. You gonna stop? Come to Southern Blackwood. We are ready to have a whole and you gonna stop playing with this, Kamala. You gonna stop, alright? Not like that. Who says that like oh, that's in no baby doll? You are a Indian boy. So that's what I'm calling you now. Pop your arm. Yeah, you know, trying to sound like you was raised in someone. Like you was raised someone being Indian in the town on Thursday. You know what I'm saying? So she can get a black folks thinking about, come on, up my legs. I'ma just, you know what? What I was going to say, I'm not even going to say it. I'm trying to save my page. I'm trying to save it. So I'm just not even going to say it. I'm just letting people have these comments. Okay, so we're going to see this. This is very after all. The next event will college reunions. Kamala Harris goes to group voter. I brought all my college in that stuff.
Reading a determined reading writer is she's got to scale her out of search ads marketing strategy, but she doesn't have the resources to do it manually. It races against the clock to meet her ROAS and CPA goals, while attempting to optimize keywords in the limited time she has for ASF. Fortunately, here's a solution for that. SaveAlert, Search Ads Data, Microchart, and services. Search Ads Data leverages the power of AI, integrates with all major MVPs, and offers campaign automation, allowing Amy to focus on strategy rather than administration. Search Ads Data Amy gains control of one customizable dashboard, allowing her to visualize actionable KPIs and make better decisions fast. Seamlessly integrated into existing analytics, Search Ads Data empowers you to create custom goals based on and keyword goals of the result. Automation Studio streamlines transparency and spend adjustments across tens of thousands of keywords based on your results, removing the burden of manual campaign management and tailor-made results. Ads made by the partner and success, helping her transform ASA challenges into opportunities. Ready to master Apple Search Ads just like Amy? Visit searchadshaven.com to get started.
The fully electric Solterra has all of the benefits of electric vehicles. How do you confident? Up to 820 degrees of cargo space, and available power rear lift, and up to 3,530 liters of total with two electric motors producing 250 horsepower and 240 pound-feet of torque, you get plenty of good, fun, symmetrical all-wheel drive, 211 millimeters of ground clearance, and 2,850 millimeter wheelbase for better stability. Subaru's legendary full-function X-Link. Here's the third event. Why the baseline remote control. Solterra is filled with good technology, including Subaru's eyesight technologies, which helps keep you and everyone around you safe. An available 12-month Apple CarPlay and Android Auto, and available wireless phone charging. Utilizing advanced technology like regenerative braking to help maximize the 159 millimeters on a single charge. 8% charge if you plug in any 120-volt plug with a level 1 charger, or you can install a level 2 remote charging system and get a full charge in just 9 hours. A greener vision for the future. I prepared it. I was like, hey, it's just... If you appreciate Seinfeld, you have to keep reading the secret ingredient from my green, Tabasco, and Tabasco. The secret ingredient from my green is Tabasco. Okay, let me just remember the black my daughter's mother. Unbelievable. That yesterday, the black damn bathtub. I wish we knew hot sauce was the company. And we get you drive, get it. Okay, every time a Democrat enters black vote, they bring out the Tabasco. It says, yes, this cat Colin was talking about more rusty. It's so hard to look through. It's so tough. It's so tough to watch. It's really tough. Good. Now on, over the I want to develop some onset urban accent vision that he lacked. Who's up?
Okay.
say, that's not a much more to know. Okay. Is it working? No, it is not working. Yeah. Pretty test. Don't fall through concept, right? Use elements. Alright, like that was normal to do that this part of this again, the right tires.
Michael's top-rated and best-selling supplies are on sale. Store savings on strung beads, ball pins, and bundle deals with select art supplies, and so much more. Hurry, sailing soon. Good evening and welcome to Sunday, providing quality too. Media campaign, the Democrats stumbled and just do it.
Straight. So wild.
outlaw IVF. And Trump seems to be
taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become mothers, and that's like
We want to make it easier for mothers and families that the availability of fertility treatments like IVF in every state in America. Like the overwhelming majority of Americans, including the vast majority of Republicans, like Americans, I strongly support the availability of IVF for couples who are trying to have a precious baby.
when you are too late discussing the how strategy of the conference even if the representation is back to the idea is one of the many
This is about winning. What most people think is the Democrats are not the Republicans are the board about winning. And it doesn't matter how they look at this moment. It's not. It's all bad. I'm going to vote for it anyway, no matter what she says in the stupid interview.
Dear, did you just say pretty quiet bit out loud? Here is a wants to do an interview or press conferences instead of listening.
I'm talking to my sister here. Come on, man. And I mean how to play stuff. Somebody gotta say it. Somebody gotta say it.
I've been saying that for about 3 weeks, but nice to see the occasional elected Now there's the mixed celebrities followed by a when a Paris wall sign is put up on the property.
Oh, what? Because we can't stand it. You know, people can't find the next guy. Support tampons in this guy. Because tampons are for women. We're never going to stick it up there. It looks good there, though. Look at the sign. That's my sign.
I think that was signs, I think, which is far more popular than but this one is wholesome and I think the one that I'm like that. Now, what a change to see during this practice, what the person anyway as a big was Americans have never been and sometimes parameter, they suggest other meanings that we are the United States of America because we are united. And we are state. There's great significance. The past was once the future. The future is, I should say, unknown. We don't take this so seriously if you are the particular person. I have to take it seriously. What we see is a serious disease, and it needs to be taken seriously. You need to know. You need to be able to get where you need to go to do the work. I hope that clarifies the issue, and this can be the last word on those words. Yesterday, for one CNN hacked on who, along with other media, was circulating utter broadcasts about the massive big names who would be appearing at the DNC. Of course, this was all to please the TV audience, which was down on previous conventions.
They've read all the headlines, all the stuff on social media about who's going to be at the DNC. It's going to be content. Here's what I hear from social media. This is Alex with 72 Hours. This roadside kit. So this kit is a necessity to make sure that you, the passengers, have the tools necessary to deal with any automotive problems and get yourself back on the road. Whether you need a boost, whether you need to protect yourself from the elements, or the types of roadside assistance, this kit will have you covered because it's full of most obstacles that make sure that you stay safe. So why don't we go over a couple of items that are involved in this kit. Let's say your car breaks down on the side of the road in the dead of winter. Comes with a 50% wool blanket that'll definitely keep you warm enough to survive the night. The kit also comes with a 3-wick, 36-hour emergency candle. This candle will provide plenty of light for 36 hours or even warmth. So these items are super handy to have in your car kit, especially if you live in a part of the world that has harsh winters, because you don't want to get caught in a bad position where you're stranded on the side of the road and not be able to produce a little warmth. So the key item that comes along with the kit are these tractor mats. So these mats are used in case your car gets stuck in the snow. You just put these in front of your tire, and then that should provide enough traction for your car to be able to get out of deep snow and get back on the road. So along with the kit comes a foldable roadside emergency triangle. This can be unfolded and then placed next to your car if you pull over the side of the road while you're waiting for some roadside assistance. And that will alert oncoming traffic that they should be right of the way. So this kit will also come with jumper cables in case you need to get your car fixed. So these are 6-gauge jumper cables. So there's a rule of thumb with jumper cables that below the gauge.
C'est la plus bon numéro des menus.
If you're in need of a medical emergency, the kit does come equipped with 100. Also, the kit is roadside emergency LED flare. So this can be either attached to the side of the car with a strong magnet, or it can be placed on the side of the road next to your car. It has multiple different flash buttons for oncoming traffic. It also has a flashlight powered with the hood of the car. You can inspect the engine in case there's low light and check out what's going on. So the kit also comes with emergency water and food rations, both with a shelf life of 5 years. The food has a calorie count of 2,400, and the water comes in a pack that's a non-burst pack. Frozen, it won't crack open, and run over with your car.
Imagine this. Two groups that have been at odds for centuries. Catholic nationalists and Protestant unionists are now working together. But why? And how did this unexpected alliance come about? Welcome back to the channel. Now today, we're diving into a fascinating story from Northern Ireland. It's a tale of both enemies coming together over a shared concern. We'll explore the history behind this unlikely partnership and what it could mean for the future. Let's rewind a bit to understand the largest alliance's situation. Northern Ireland's history for hundreds of years. Catholics and Protestants have been divided.
started was in the 1800s when the British began colonizing Ireland, pushing out the Catholics and setting up Protestant communities, going to the British press. In 1921, Ireland was split into two. Northern Ireland, which to be part of the UK, was mainly Protestant, while the rest of Ireland became independent and mostly Catholic. This division deepened the existing tensions, and by the late 1960s, things boiled over into what we know as the Troubles, a violent conflict that lasted about 30 years. Over 3,600 people lost their lives, and the scars of that time are still felt today. To really get why this is so significant, we need to understand just how deep these divisions truly go. Imagine growing up in a place where your neighborhood, your school, and even the stores you shop at are divided along religious lines. That's the reality of many people in Northern Ireland, and it's been this way for centuries.
Illustration. Ignoring the ban, the predominantly Roman Catholic crowd set off towards the Guildhall in the city centre.
Let's go back to 1921, the year Ireland was split into two. Northern Ireland, predominantly Protestant, remained part of the UK, while the rest of Ireland, mostly Catholic, became independent. This division wasn't just political, it was personal. It affected every aspect of life, from language to water. Catholics were often marginalized, facing discrimination in housing, employment, and education. Protestants were determined to live but many gains by the end of the religious business.
The events of Bloody Sunday would come to define the conflict for many and leave a lasting legacy of bitterness and injustice. So what happened on the day? By 3 p.m. on Sunday afternoon, as many as 15 people gathered in the train area protesting government policy of internment, allowing the authorities to imprison suspected IRA members without trial. Organised by the Northern Ireland Civil Rights Association, it was technically illegal, and all large gatherings had been prohibited by the Stormont administration. Ignoring the ban, the predominantly Roman Catholic crowd set off towards the Guildhall in the city centre. But their intended route along William Street was blocked off by British troops called in to release the event. The main march was redirected along Rossville Street towards the Queen Derry Monument, but some stayed to confront the soldiers and the blockade. As the standoff intensified, a water tank was brought up to disperse the rioters.
The troubles erupted in the late 1960s. What started as a civil rights movement by Catholics that returned violent, leading to a conflict that lasted for over 50 years. It was a time of bombings and shootings and widespread fear. The violence didn't just happen in the big cities like Belfast and Derry. It spread to small towns and villages across Northern Ireland. The troubles that leave scars. Catholics and Protestants influence the Protestants and democracy are now together. Because of this, testimonies against these.
something that might not be on your radar. Opposition to these government's policies amongst asylum seekers. Frustrations and fears about the asylum seekers and their communities. This movement is spearheaded by a grassroots organization like Luxus Young, Washington, has gained significant traction, particularly in areas like this war, demonstrators law, and government's policies, and other consultation. Residents from both Catholic and Protestant families It's about issuing a sense of injustice. Threat when people stand together to defend. But why now? Why is this disappointing? And this makes the word interesting. Well, to answer that, we need to look at the proper context. For instance, there's a big worry about housing. In many of these communities, there's already a shortage of affordable housing. People have been on waiting lists for years, and now they're being told that some of that housing is going to asylum seekers. Well, you can imagine how that would feel, waiting for a home for your family. You can find out you might have to wait even longer. Then there's the issue of safety. Many of these asylum seekers are young, single men, and while most of them are just looking for a safe place to live, their presence has raised concerns among locals. There's a fear, whether justified or not, that this could lead to an increase in crime or antisocial behavior. And when you combine that with the lack of communication from the government, it's a recipe for tension and disaster.
Now, for decades, Britain has been dealing with immigration. For one part of the UK, it's a relatively new experience. Northern Ireland is only now beginning to see migrant communities and they're mainly making working class areas their home, and that is causing tensions within the wider community. GB's North Island reporter Dee Beattie has this report.
At the end of April 2023, Ireland's immigration was up by 31%. In over a decade, Northern Ireland has doubled, with South Belfast being the most diverse. Tracy Kelly is a DUP Belfast City Councillor who deals with the issues in this area on a daily basis.
Over the last few years, it's changed dramatically. I've grown up in this community and seen a massive change, especially with regards to our schools and our houses and doctors' appointments, etc. Communities are really struggling with these issues, and I'd say over the last 3 to 4 years, especially since COVID, it's got dramatically worse.
Many of these housing estates depend on family support, with up to 4 generations living within streets of one another. Waiting lists for social housing in South Belfast is now over 2,500. Some immigrants that have already been housed in contracted units is over 1,000.
We have working class communities like Sandy Road, like the Donegal Pass, who are blending in with others who are coming here to work and live and mix. But there is also an issue when there's too many people who can't get housed. That seems to be the main issue that I deal with. The people in the rural community who've been born and reared here have to move away because there's a lack of housing. That causes a wee bit of resentment, and unfortunately sometimes that resentment is shown to people who have migrated here.
And these protests, well, they're not just in one area. We're seeing similar places like Clark, Phoenix, where people are blocking the road, holding the cities, trying to get the government to listen to their concerns.
When west side is wild caught fish with no preservatives, you can expect a taste of the ocean. Local meat in olive oil, tasty and see.
But the tragedy incident in South Africa, where standard, believed to be connected to these tensions, occurred. This event has only intensified the protests, with many people feeling their feelings being validated. This situation has led to more roadblocks, bigger protests, and even clashes with police. It's not just about asylum seekers anymore. It's about people feeling ignored and frustrated with how things are being handled.
The snap of violet that shattered the peaks of the summer holiday died back, with the facts still emerging. What did you know that this attack on children and the adults who tried to protect them took place on Hart Street in Southport, and this yoga and dance space called Hart Space, located in a largely residential street less than a 5-minute drive from the centre of town, a place of safety and fun for children and parents. This morning, the Taylor Swift dancing yoga classes to 11-year-olds in the town today. Class began at 10 a.m. and was due to last 2 hours. It's not known precisely when the attack began, but witnesses described hearing the sound of screaming and seeing children running from the venue. At 11:47 a.m., the Northwest Ambulance Service responded to a call on Hart Street with reports of multiple stabbing. Strong about the area was due to pick up their children alive. ACC was reported more than any other. Taken from the house in front of the hospital, paramedics desperately worked to save lives of children and 2 adults on the street. A 17-year-old boy was arrested on the street on suspicion of murder with attempted and is being interviewed by police.
That's all we need to do to follow the expertise from the start to help manage this situation. But for the moment, this just means that another side of the government is more interested in controlling the situation than actually addressing the servants. Let's talk about how this is. The government's response is very, let's just say, not that great. Many officials are brushing off the protests as extremist or racist without really listening to what people are saying. And believe me, well, it's been a mixed bag. Some outlets focus on the more sensational aspects of the demonstrations, like the underlying issues altogether. This kind of outrage isn't helping, so we're making people angry, causing the situation even worse.
There is no doubt those who can participate in this violence will face the full force of the law. The police will be making an arrest. Individuals will be held on remand. Charges will follow, and convictions will follow. I guarantee all the directly parts of this disorder, whether directly or those whipping up this action online, have been run away before. This is not improvement. It is organised, violent, stubborn, and it has no place on our street or
trying to make your voice heard, only to believe it is a troublemaker or worse. There's no wonder someone will feel fed up, not just with the government, but how they're being portrayed. There's a real risk of the government and media to ignore people who cause health responses. Things could spiral even further out of control. People feel that their legitimate concerns about safety, housing, and the future of their communities are being swept under the rug. And when those concerns aren't addressed, it only fuels more distrust and division. So, what does all of this mean for Northern Ireland? The alliance between Catholics and Protestants is huge. It shows that when push comes to shove, even groups with a long history of conflict can come together over shared concerns. So, what are your thoughts on all of this? Make sure you let me know in the comment section down below. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next episode.
You're watching the Toothbrush for Billy Eilish. But did you know that there's a YouTube music app where you can also listen to the EDM version, a style version, and of course, the original version? Duh. Get the YouTube music review.
Anyway, so let's welcome our next guest, in fact, the last guest of tonight, Sunil Sharma. Welcome. Thank you very much indeed for joining us as CEO of Global Conservative Coalition. I have to say that I'm not really very happy with the last Conservative government who did go but I think the really big frustration is it wasn't very conservative. I think there's a few things you can say conservative about the previous Conservative government. And worryingly, it seems that we've just got worse with the living things. It's caused that much chaos before we see that we've been saying how bad a Labour government will be. I don't think it was as much how we should expect it back. Why is that? I mean, there are a few issues that have happened, quite a lot of issues happened from using extremists. And we've had quite a few attacks, quite a few killings, rapings, various other things, to which a lot of people now get very upset because there's not the publicity in many cases that there is now. Now, I don't condone, and I'm sure you don't condone the thugs, the violent nastiness that blew up over the past, but it was a bit like a checker-boy. I think the stabbings too, that was never root cause. I think it was the Cassius. I don't think that was necessarily the cause. No, there's some misinformation spread about it, but I think to focus on that and to make that the topic of conversation, I think if that's what Keir Starmer and this current government do, they're beyond deluded. There has been a boiling case that's gone on for a long time. We've ignored it. The Conservative government ignored it, and it's gone on for a very long time, which is the impact of mass migration and the lack of integration from certain. They're in denial. I know what's going on. 100%. And I think they're too scared to actually act on it. I think that's when it becomes really worrying. You see a lot of this failures happening, or it's happening, champing down on the wrong people who are doing the wrong attitude. It's scary because, I think until the silent majority stops being silent, I think that's when we start to see a change. Unfortunately, what's happened last week is what they're going to focus on. It says that minority of Bulgaria and those people, they should be condemned. Yeah. But the point is, there is a massive lot of frustration and anger that cannot be ignored. And I just shut that down using this crossing as a person, I don't know if you're a Muslim or not, or Hindu, so but yeah, something. You see, exactly. I mean, I'm not a Christian. I'm not. I don't have a religion. You was baptized. Yes, I was 5 steps. 5 steps. I was on faith. That's important. But you could follow your culture from your own Muslim and your non-Muslim. Born here, yeah. Yeah, I think that what both my parents were born in India, and I was born here, but I think it's tough to generalise and stereotype. But when I was born into this country, my parents said to me, "You're British first. It is your job to get a good job, to get educated, and provide, do something for this country, and you have to serve and this is your country. You are also Indian heritage. You are also Indian, but you are British, right? You have a duty to, do something in this country, and this is yours." But do you think we indigenous, I don't know what you call us, not the white, but I'm just, what is that? You're a fine. Gammon. Oh, is it? What did I say? Anyway, okay. Did we, as a nation, want people to actually, I don't think we did enough, and we should have done that. I think go back to the 70s and 80s, I think, yeah, for sure. I think there was probably wider racism also, 100%. I think to argue that now is nonsense. You look at all stats, and it shows it's right. So, being British Indian, the percentage of people in the most senior jobs are British Indian, the people least likely to go to jail are British Indian, but that would never be shown on the news. That would never be shown. And also, it's not like the Australian. Many of them have mixed race family. But people are a lot more socially aware of the difference between a Hindu, a Sikh, and a Muslim. 30, 40 years ago, probably not the case, but it's changed. I think now, to carry on that narrative 30, 40 years ago, which I think it could have been better at then, but to bring it up now, I think makes no sense. I think it's a victim of culture, and I think now what's worrying is, white people pander to this, which is if you can prove you are a race of people, a group of people that have suffered the most throughout history as a victim, then you get a leg up, you get leniency towards the law, and you get a leg up with a career. And I
I think that is not why certain came to this country in the first place. They came in because of the democracy, the view, never become it, and then just not what escape for us. We're good at the job, we get promoted, we're bad at the job, it is a job. I think we're moving away from that now, and I think that's really, really dangerous. And I go as far as saying it's degrading to people who want to be successful and get a job right now. I mean, I totally agree with what you're saying. I don't there's a life. It's coming from you. And the whole thing about it, white, brown, black, one thing, is totally into the bottom line is that we are not doing anything to deter people illegally coming into this country. I say, oh, sorry, come over here. I mean, they're coming here from, I don't know, Albania and Syria and various other places. But they're all young people. They're coming here.
It's a like the Grand Tour, you would do. That's for free to get a hotel. What's not to it's not their fault, it's how they're in this country.
But I think, the thing is, immigration is bad for people. It's terrible because you've got the whole concept of, people in this country to be part of UK culture, to become part of the fact democracy, that's America. And when you see that being diminished, I say this often, it's like we want to, you hear every day what's bad about Britain, but nothing else ever good. All you ever hear is about the British Empire and all its impacts and how bad it was, and we should apologise for it 24/7. Look, in 2024 standards, the British Empire, we know this is one thing, but we should compare it versus other empires. To compare it versus empire, we abolished slavery, we abolished the we did all these things to it against other empires. I just can't understand now in 2024 where there is this new obsessive need to constantly talk about Britain, and it's coming from predominantly white people who just have this sort of guilt that needs to.
We used to represent the working class, that was there. But it's not just in the end.
It's not just the Labour Party.
The Conservative Party were never in government for a number of years, and we went through Brexit, we had the Brexit probably we should too, because, the problem of Europe, and I call it the European dictatorship, not the European Union, is that they would like to throw everything back at us. Yes, but the fact that the price we should leave properly, because they'll still do business with us. And we should, in some way, protect our border along the south coast where most people are coming. The French will be furious. If we had naval boats patrolling and maybe the odd thing that flies around in the air, that's the problem. You get old, you forget. That is the thing that seems to wind most people up.
It's you can just come on a boat, you don't have to fill in the form to pay anything. If you marry someone abroad to bring them in, and you're already married, you have to fill in forms, pay a few £1,000, you still might not get it.
Well, that's two tiers. I think two tiers across media, two tiers across authorities, it's everywhere. And it's so concerning because, we see what happened with the riots, we saw the coverage it got, we saw literally nothing that happened 3 weeks ago in Leeds, very little coverage happened there, we saw little coverage happening in Birmingham, we saw little coverage of the anti-fascist protest where 10 people got arrested in Croydon, we saw the anti-Semitism towards Jews and such as rioters, but this gets little to no coverage, and all this is doing, in my opinion, just spewing more and more anger and frustration.
There's against the lady from Sky News, which would show that they didn't make as much of that as I think.
Well, they deleted the video of Twitter, they deleted the video of the window being smashed, the tyres being...
The BBC News shut down, please.
Keir Starmer is in serious trouble as it seems his control is slipping fast. This week, he's been all over the news for his radical ideas, which are not sitting well with many people across the UK. It looks like his plans are backfiring. Be sure to like and subscribe as we dive into what's going on with Starmer and catch up on the latest news. Starmer has been called out for hiding the Labour Party's tax plans during the election. A recent poll shows that more than half of voters, 56%, think Labour wasn't upfront about their intentions, with 24% saying they weren't very honest and 31% saying they weren't honest at all. Only 6% of those surveyed believe Labour was fully honest, while 28% think they were somewhat truthful. This survey, done by ENG Research, included 1,560 people. Despite what they've said before, Labour has consistently denied plans to raise income tax, national insurance and VAT. But now, there are reports that Chancellor Rachel Reeves might be planning to raise inheritance tax, capital gains tax, fuel taxes and taxes on pensions. Wealthy people could be hit the hardest as Starmer and Reeves try to fill a £22 billion hole in the budget. A poll commissioned by the I newspaper found that these potential tax hikes would hurt regular workers and go against Starmer's promises not to increase taxes on working people. About 60% of voters see a rise in fuel duty as a tax on workers, and 43% think raising inheritance tax would also be a tax on them, compared to 35% who don't agree. Earlier this week, Starmer addressed the public, saying that tax increases and spending cuts are coming soon. He admitted that the financial situation is worse than they thought, and that a tough budget is coming in October. He explained that the country will need to go through some hard times now for the sake of the future, and admitted that the government didn't fully realise how bad things were before the election. Starmer said, "This isn't where I wanted us to be, but we have to stop pretending that there are easy solutions." I said, real change wouldn't happen overnight. When there's a deep problem, you can't just cover it up. You have to fix it completely, even if it's tough and takes time. He promised to focus on growing the economy and creating wealth under his government. The Prime Minister also claimed that his team has done more for the country in 7 weeks than the Conservatives did in years. Reacting to the poll results, Councillor Matthew Goodwin Freeman said, "We warned you." Just like Rishi said, Labour is going to raise your taxes. In other news, John Swinney has made a comeback as the leader of the nationalist movement, just in time for the 90th SNP National Conference in Edinburgh this weekend. He's stepping back in after a 20-year break, following a year that was even harder than the challenging 2022 to 2023 period. As Scotland's 7th First Minister, Swinney is leading a minority government, reaching out to a small group of supporters, and a Westminster team has been cut down by 3/4. In August, it was revealed that around 10,000 independent supporters had dropped their membership since last summer. While Swinney was enjoying a brief retirement from politics, Police Scotland charged former SNP Chief Executive Peter Murray with embezzlement in April. After a long investigation into missing party funds, there's also been internal conflict in the SNP over gender issues and environmental policies, which led Humza Yousaf to end the power-sharing deal with the Scottish Greens. He was trying to stop them from having too much influence, but this move backfired, leading to his resignation. John Swinney had to come out of retirement to help pick up the pieces. Despite the ongoing recovery from Yousaf's missteps, his reputation within the party remained strong, as seen in the open moments of Deputy Leader Jim Brown's speech at Conference yesterday. A lot has changed since we last met in Aberdeen, Brown said, at the Edinburgh International Conference Centre. He talked about the party's commitment to inclusivity and international solidarity, especially highlighting the support of peace in Gaza, causing dedicated for his family. Mr. Brown quickly thanked the outgoing Greens for damage by the July election results. Reflecting on the election, he said, "We need to learn from our mistakes so we can better make the case for independence. Our party has faced big challenges over the last 12 to 18 months, and in July, we had to say goodbye to too many dedicated supporters of independence." The snap election was a major blow to the SNP. 39 seats lost due to a 22% swing towards Labour. Since then, things haven't gotten any better. 25 SNP MPs losing their seats and another 9 stepping down before the election. Scotland's ruling party won't have to wait long for another shot at the ballot box with the 2026 Scottish elections coming up. However, this chance to turn things around will also spell the end for them. We have an election and a fight for independence to win, so we must keep moving forward, Brown urged the EICC delegates. We have to learn from the past, yes, but our focus must be on Scotland's future. Our opponents want you to think the SNP and the independence movement is finished. They want us to give up, but the idea of independence has survived much bigger setbacks than this, he said, clearly moved by the disappointment of the group. Keith Brown then addressed the growing budget problems in SNP public spending. He criticised the media for not allowing the SNP government to hold Westminster accountable. Unless you're Welsh Labour, he told members, then everything is blamed on Westminster. But in Scotland, everything is the SNP's fault. Clue is the word consequentials. England decides what it needs to spend on public services, and we get whatever's left. Not because everyone works out what Scotland actually needs. So there's a direct link between Westminster's underfunding and our struggles to properly fund public services. Brown's comments on the far-left consequentials come after Finance Secretary Shona Robertson Labour continuing Tory-style austerity leading to cuts in public services. However, a report from the Scottish Fiscal Commission suggests that many of Scotland's financial problems are self-inflicted. The report points out that a lot of the pressure comes from SNP's own choices, like spending £900 million more on benefits than the rest of the UK, and paying a 3% pay raise for public sector workers, which exceeds their budget. Today, delegates will hear from Stephen Flynn, who is now leading a much smaller SNP presence in Westminster, before John Swinton takes the stage on Sunday night. Don't forget to like and subscribe to your community. Take care. Goodbye.
A lot of experience with Secret Service as a person. At this point, you have years with Secret Service. This is long probably right now about the culture of the Secret Service. There are so many. It's a good point now. Thank you for that. And certainly like that. And of the guy. And the guy. It's always it's not it's fine. I think things that are going to anyone can suggest congressional hearing or else that we get these problems with the personnel properties, logistics properties, manpower properties, technology properties. I just told you, they said the service all right for their policies and what up. That's what Chinese 4.4, which has the technology on. And companies that are issues that we brought up
Yeah, hey man. and like this is team never quit. Team hustle and grind. So talk about some of the recent only friends that quite a actually we have quite a bit here. My favorite friend, your buddy. So being just a real stinger. Somehow they take things over that. And President Trump is like, if he wins, right? You also think he's a living predicament. Yeah, I think the worst thing happens to the polling industry. You know, he's a complete con artist. Like he's just pulled up if you watch inside the numbers, you can do it if Silver does. You know, I mean, look at the polls, and that's about it. But basically, yeah, he's going to go back and forth like this, Benny, because hilarious response against you, the poll movement. But, you know, Rasmussen, they'll have Trump up by 3, he'll adjust it to like Harris +1 because he said Rasmussen has a House bias. However, you can completely blow Wisconsin by 17 points, and he'll give you an A+ and tell you that, you know, you're spot on. But it should be concerning to liberals because if this guy can't budget, then they're in trouble. And then to be real, there was a response bias that I tried to bring up now. Every pollster pretending like they agree. It's hilarious. Quite lonely over here with the things that I do, right? And they only come around when they really have no choice but to come around because everyone can see it. And what happens is that certain Democratic groups and us, it's like Democratic older black women who are more loyal to the Democratic Party. They were under a rock, you know, when Biden won votes. And now they're not under a rock anymore. And Democrats want to take polls again. We're starting to see an environment that's in 2020. And that's really so what should concern Democrats, not give them jubilation when they see an IPP +3 advantage, because they know what I'm about to say is true. Their internal polls, which does stratification and accept quotas, ensure that they don't, well, you can't avoid the response bias, you minimize it. Their polling is not good. Their polling is bad. They know it, and I know it because I've seen it. All right, and I see it a lot. It's invasive. And there's no evidence. Hillary Clinton came out of the convention in our poll with a 5-point bump, which, by the way, is not most likely to happen. So, like, morning console polls, they're like, post-convention. 6 hours later, many, you know, they're like, post-convention polls. Dude, you suck. You know you suck. Stop it. You're just like clickbait for Bloomberg News. It's not. It's like legitimate polling. You can't do that. Public opinion doesn't move like that. It doesn't act that way. You know, but, yeah, Biden got a 7-point bump in the Epoch Times big data poll that we did. We got a 7-point bump. She got nothing. 0. Zip. So, considering Donald Trump's past, you know, tendencies to outperform the polls, you're in trouble. Let's get back to planet Earth now. You know, let's put aside, like, the Kamala +10s in Michigan they pumped out, which are garbage. The good pollsters, the ones that have done a decent job, see this as, like, bad news for her. And it is, because, you know, I even first everything wrong. But the New York Times poll will be wrong. All right, Trump is not going to win the white flag by points. That's a response by, and they know it. They all know it. You know, so that's why they were wrong that time. And Kamala Harris has 3 peaks. Oh yeah, of the sugar high, the peak of diabetes, type 2, cancer of this thing. You're saying that this is the ceiling. And yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, please. And yeah, I think that's it. And I think one of the things that real to her, and again, one group I can point to, which is definitely made it a closer race than it was before. Fine. It's actually black voters over 45, particularly women, and then you have some more younger liberal men. You know, so we're always hearing about suburban women and suburban women, but actually those are not the groups that we've seen this immense movement with. Those are the groups that we've seen response bias. You know, but the younger white, I love unfortunate
educated beyond his necessity, liberal male, is me telling, stop. Like that guy stopped sipping his latte and said, okay, I'm going to vote, right? That guy. He stopped choking on his pulpit, bro. He's going to be but that's the difference in this race now. But now, it's really not enough. Because the real swing voter, and this is the real swing voter who said, I voted for Joe Biden in 2020, but now I'm vote for Donald Trump. It's still twice as many as those who say they're going to vote. They voted for Donald Trump, and now they're going to vote for Kamala Harris. Guys, don't be surprised if Kamala does worse with white working class people in the Rust Belt than Hillary Clinton does. For a second. Here's your brains, all right? I mean, she has no renown. She way to the left of Hillary Clinton. At least Hillary pretended to be a Christian. Like, these people do vote on values, okay? Like, contrary to what you think, all values. That's what, in the poll, they will look at Kamala in the poll and say, maybe a little bit too much for me. By the way, I'm not the only one. Yeah, I mean, Minnesota's favorite poll, the ATSU, was Kamala plus 10 a few weeks ago. It's now Kamala plus 5. Listen, I've been around a lot. I remember that. This is my familiar thing. I remember that very poll, in Minnesota, and that was against Hillary Clinton. And we polled it, we saw it was closer than it should have been. The guy was carried. Minnesota was right. And it would have went. They rightfully focused on the other three. Good and carried it. I mean, it looks that way. This is what it reminds me of.
So I want to talk to you about two novels in three-part, which is the RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, and the Ordinance College of Black Males supporting President Trump. That balance that we saw materialize for the past year, where Donald Trump's overperformed with black males, particularly younger blacks, that hasn't really budged. That is stubborn, and that's sticking with Trump. Trump hasn't changed that, despite all the written outreach that she's done. And the RFK ballot, is that real? Is there such a thing as an RFK ballot? Can you talk to those two comments?
I'm going to, on the RFK issue, and here, well, actually, let's start with Blackwood, since it's up. This is now. This is recent. This poll will be out soon. Of course, this is like raw, which is actually typically more Democratic. This is the overall black vote. Now, this is an improvement, and I have been telling people for months, yes, I'm doing better with the black vote against Joe Biden. I just think it's a little high, and it's a little high, and the sampling error. This looks a lot more believable to me, and I'm going to tell you why. Black women did go in large part to back to Kamala and Trump better with them than he did in 2020 and 2016. But black men didn't budge at all. And all those other polls out there that show this now, this last time, and I'm telling you they're going to be wrong. I guarantee you if they release their difference between male and female, and we saw the age groups, they're overstating females, overstating the females on a big poll, they're 13 and above. That's why they were wrong before, and why they'll be wrong again. I mean, this is a healthy sample. You can't really see the number there, but this is 500 plus interviews with just black voters alone. Not 200, not 150. Yeah, I mean, there's 524 interviews with just black voters alone. Look at females, a little bit above, about 12%, which is down from where it was in 5. But it's not and that's because, honestly, and it's not sounding mean, I'm not trying to be mean, sometimes numbers sound cool. The older they are, the loyal they are to the Democratic Party. You know what happens to old people over the period of 4 and 8 years? Benny, they don't. Alright? I mean, that's what happens. Yesterday's super senior black voter who was a super loyal Democrat, in their mind still have the civil rights era. It's their context. It's their construct that they put the world through. They're not going to be around forever, and in fact, many of them are gone in 2016, right? So, and the same thing is true of any voter, white voter, Hispanic voter. So things change. Time moves on. It's like we have this fake impression that black voters are going to be 100 or 98 to forever. Well, That's not going to happen. There are new people who enter the electorate. They don't have the civil rights mindset, and there's what we refer to as like a cascading effect. You'll see a little trend, and then eventually the floodgates will open. That's what happens. That's how trends work. And if you know, there is shame a younger black male about the shame is like 10 to 1. But it gets harder when it's 8 to 1, 6 to 1, which is the environment we're in now, where they just don't really care that they're in it, or they just don't talk about it with them, you know, but they're going to go in there and they're going to vote. They'll tell a pollster, nah, I'm going to vote for Trump this time. And actually, in our pollsters, black voters have been among the highest likelihood to say they made a mistake in 2020. So amongst voters who did vote in 20, they're real honest. Look, you know, I blew it, man. I was doing better. It's about the money. It is about the economy. And it's also about immigration. They feel like they feel like they were, their community is loyal to the Democratic Party for many years. And yet they're being treated like second-class citizens compared to legal immigrants. And their schools are being filled up, you know, and their neighborhoods are being filled up. What about me? You know, what about that? You know, what about that?
So you're saying that, based on your data, that Donald Trump could poll over 30% of black.
I think that's the undecided. So of those 10% that you told us that were undecided, that's what happens when you meet them. You say, look, if you had to decide today, if you had to, I was like forcing you to make a decision, who are you going to go for? And Trump takes a, you know, of course, but it's not like she's running away with everything undecided. She's not. So I think it is very well within reason that Donald Trump can get a low end of like 15-16% of the black vote and a high end of over 20. How's that compared with 2016 and 2020? So, yeah, so he got, you know, let's say, the voter validated surveys, you know, about around 10% of the black vote in 2020, which was up from 2016 because he did better than Romney, but he was still largely shut out. Hillary had a deep relationship with the black community, and she put the work in over decades, so she got, not like Obama, but certainly an overperformance. But then in 2020, that you could see that crack. The black male voters, especially younger voters, better with black women. We all would have been obsessed over it, you know, because black women voted higher rates than men. Almost parity, almost, you know, but in 2020, black women voted a little bit higher rate. And so, that'll skew the final margin if you don't do as well, or if you don't budge at all. But he did, and he did do better with black women. So he was able to pick up some votes. And I'm not one to overstate the black vote. Like that is not his fault. All right, we had him at 12%. You got like 10%. We don't overstate Republican support with minorities. Not a trend anyway. Not a trend.
So is the RFK voting movement, are you able to see that data? Are you able to see anything? Yeah, coming up.
Happy Labor Day, ladies and gentlemen. This is an excellent topic. As it is Labor Day, talk about it. All Americans, every platform, 200 million Americans will be forced on GI in the coming months. Trust this plan during the next, which is happening now, in and now, hyperinflation, economic, financial crisis. here in the United States worse than 1929, an American Ponzi scheme scam of too big to fail bailouts rising to criminal activity at the central bank and the Federal Reserve, which should be ended, are all being led to slaughter the universal basic income in 2024-2025. Again, we talk about this, but Trump is likely to get in this coming election, get back on the hot potato of the economic financial apocalypse. The Democrats, and diarrhea forming in his diaper, Joe Biden, parents, today, are going to dump the economic financial collapse by Democrats on Americans' heads, which was always the agenda to restore and extract as well from the honest, good American, working class American people, and after destroying the country, giving you universal basic, hyperinflationary, socialist, income, and home being worth God crap. They'll probably about $1,000, $2,000 a month or something. This is another reason why Comrade Kamala is attempting to push through, along with the radical Democrats, more confiscation of your wealth in the form of unrealized gains taxation, otherwise simply called theft. You must understand this. This has been the game plan of the elites for a very long time. During the lockdowns of 2020, Jack Dorsey, on his official Twitter account handle, said as soon as they were done with that other fake thing that I'm not allowed to talk about, that after that they'd be moving towards UBI. So it's been wide out in the open. They've given you all these ideas long in advance. 322, by the way, in Maui, Julia. It's 322. You see how Satan's trying to defeat us, ladies and gentlemen? It is your opportunity right now to like and share this video and get this critical information out to your United States of America and the Western Empire. Guess what? That guy, unless you're concerned, you need to understand this point. Unless you're a compliant little cup slave, you never receive that sweet, sexy honey of that UBI they'll be rolling out. Free money, free cash, which will be worth nothing. Again, what they're going to set up Americans in is called project. You've probably seen this in Chicago, other American cities, run down areas of your local community where drugs and prostitution fester. They're doing the same thing with universal basic income. This time around, they've thrown Americans into suburbs. They've set up the suburban wasteland that currently makes up the USSA. Most people are miserable, living a life that is alone and that are not free, consuming the toxic waste that these multinational corporations are jamming down your throat, throwing in and injecting microplastics that now the scientific community, when it comes to drinking out of glass, are saying that 0.5% amalgamation of the human brain, meaning 99.5% of it is only the mass of the brain itself, and the rest is microplastics in your head. As they launch 616 of the beast. Here in the United States and the westernized world, I want you to understand what these people's game plan is, what the criminal cabal has waiting for one rule intended for every single honest, hard-working, volunteering American in slavery. This is why they shut down their businesses in 2020. It's why they told you not to buy Bitcoin, because they want you poor. They want you slaves. They want you broke. They want you poor. They want you obese. That's crazy. They want you fat and stupid and fake happy so they can control you. So I can't think of a better day. Raise the alarm of the red alert and all reference to a massive PI scam that is coming soon to the American people, which will be necessary as a result of the criminal cabal, the bankster elite, and the bailout fools like Oracle and Bailey, Warren Buffett, having stolen all of your money and wealth, will now need some kind of socialist solution, which is going to be universal basic income, which will be paid by you. Again, it's not free. All of your taxes, which are confiscated, are then taken by the government, which they print from nothing because, again, the currency is not backed by anything, and the debt is 35 trillion and infinite. Again, instead of these drunken sailor crooks taking out that debt and paying it off, their solution is more confiscation and theft in the form of taxation. I want you to understand this critical thought and point that if you or I had done this malfeasantly by the board of directors. Now, the board of directors in the United States is actually it's you tuning in, the voters. Behind the course, it's all over the place because you're too busy feeding your family and you're a good person, maybe even serving the country overseas. Now you've woken up and realized all the that you've been sent to slaughter to go step on IEDs or failed wars like Iraq and Afghanistan. I mean, one of the positives here is we do have a grand awakening. People understand the scam. After being locked down like sheep in their homes for years on end, year longer. After their children were grown out of school, subjugated, the authoritarianism of God. Wanted them wake up, and they see things seem to be alright. You know, it's why that's so good for you, like raw milk. The reason why they don't want you to drink raw milk is because they don't want you to be healthy. It's clear you can see this overseas. For example, I mean, I didn't see one obese person in not a single person. Same thing in Singapore. I mean, if I went to a vending machine, my options were fresh squeezed orange juice, a cup of coffee, green tea. There was no Doritos as options. There was no Snicker bars. There was no Snicker butts that I could buy. It was just all good and healthy, and it was actually even encouraging me. And the reason is, these other countries that have more free, universal, basic health care, so to speak, it's not all free. But they actually have a self-incentive to keep their people happy and actually healthy, otherwise the government would have to pay for it. See, they have an economic, financial incentive not to kill you. But in the United States, these corporations actually make all their money poisoning you and keeping you sick, making you depressed, making you anxiety, removing your hope, and removing your real wealth. And the elites, the only reason why they're going to die is down, hammering or erupting, with the realization that they're going to money. And so that's why they're rolling out the yacht. Again, the only way to combat all this is to get rich yourself. Stop being a cuck. First thing you need to do is start buying Bitcoin and invest in real assets like IMF.com. You need to start those businesses, get your cash flows up. You need to find a girl, get married, have a bunch of kids, populate Europe, take them all to church, homeschool them, grow your own gardens, have your own cattle, get your Second Amendment ready, because you're going to need that too. I mean, your course to power and prosperity is by taking back your individual freedom and then organizing with like-minded communities and stop being a cop and allowing people to rip you off and on their lives. Big newspapers, U.S. fraudulent government stole through outright piracy and theft, kind of like a pirate stealing a ship or something, stole the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro. Now, I'm not saying Nicholas Maduro's a good guy. He's probably not. The election was rigged. The one that he just had, just like the United States. I mean, there's no difference. But really the point that these governments, especially in the West, is acting carte blanche, like they own everybody's stuff. I mean, look, imagine if you just started taking people's stuff by force, like the U.S. government. I mean, if I was Maduro, and there were any assets in my country, I'd confiscate it from Americans then, just like America does. That fix these rules. Sets all this up. There's a lot of big stuff. I noticed the fake news, CNN, which no one tunes into anymore because they've died, which said tried to resurrect, but they've gone out, had their last breath, or now in the depths of hell, their soul went down and go live and make love with Satan. I noticed that they said something in their article regarding this Nicholas Maduro after death, that, two people there standing before. I laughed to myself because when I got off the airplane, when I came in the line, there was a bunch of homeless people on drugs, a bunch of drug addicts lying down sleeping. God bless them. I pray for all of them. But they couldn't afford most of the ground. It's like, question to myself, the same attack that school kids running on Venezuela actually is the truth in our front of U.S. infrastructure city. They're like 49 and first row draft pick. It's just cap. In the hideous street of San Francisco. When you're stepping over heroin addicts, and stepping over and getting robbed on the drop and the French, American, unsafe shit, and a Uganda trash led by radical Democrats. They're fleeing that nest. They're all moving to the Patriot State, like Texas and Arizona. They're nothing. We don't like America. We don't like these cancers affecting our states after trashing their own and creating an unsafe environment for our children. I mean, I was in California back in the day, and my grandfather did. When he first got there from Iowa, he was really poor. An example of living the American dream and coming out from his bootstraps with nothing. He was a cool dude, but I remember he told me, when he came to California in the early days, right out of the Depression, man, it was the land of biscuit and honey. Now you go over there and a bunch of people exploit the cities, circumvented the country, and it's dangerous, unsafe, way too expensive. I mean, even Nancy Pelosi's husband has his house in while he's standing in his underwear with security. I mean, that's crazy. It's to make it even more shut down. Astronauts in non-space, lower altitude, just up. It is pretty positive. All glory to God. I'm in the middle of my rant about this space astronauts. A big, lower orbit, non-space, right above where the airplanes fly. Yep, they expect us to believe that we are 60 years later, after the first moon landing. Yeah, we're supposed to believe that in 1969, that not only have they not been back, later. Remember correctly, but not only have they not been back, but they're aircraft. 50, 60 years later, the Boeing Starliner with all of its advanced technology and the internet and a host of advancements, that's sat there on the International Space Station, and you can't get them off the rock. So the space, that's right. They were only supposed to go there for a week, but the leaky Pinto of the Boeing Starliner, brand new technology 6 years ago, allegedly went to the moon, 10 people
ISS would be decommissioned. But guess what here? Guess what you do? What the ball loves, you know, these Satanist, evil devil worshippers. 2030 and their agenda. It'll be decommissioned then, yeah, because it's a scam and not real and fraud, and they don't want you to investigate. So supposedly we got this guy and gal floating around. This is real. I'm not making this up. I'm not being facetious. They're floating around right now in the ISS, dodging their own pee and poo. This was really what I read. Don't imagine yourself floating through big space with your hair standing straight up and dodging a turd and droplets of piss that might hit your forehead. That's what CNN actually said. And they can't get them off the space station. In fact, the technology sucks balls so bad that the guy actually radioed in to NASA. This is the and said, hey, guys? Yeah, Team 4, are you guys feeling me on Earth? Yeah, there seems to be a strange noise on the Starliner. It's like a humming noise, like this. True story. Seriously, I'm not joking. So, near 60 years later, 60 freaking years, they not only can't successfully run a mission to non-space, the crappy ISS that I can see with my naked eye out here in Hawaii. Sometimes I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh yeah, there's the Tin Can. Nice. Wow. Bravo, guys. Look, it's not like airplanes. We know airplanes work because we've seen them all over the place. We've all been in an airplane. It's not like they've been lying to us and being like, no, we can really fly in an airplane from Los Angeles to New York. We do it all the time. So, I mean, it's not like actual facts where we actually know any of this stuff. It's like they expect us to believe that 60 years ago, Neil Armstrong bounced on the Swiss cheese. I don't believe any of it. This is all lies. Which is what brings me into the next topic, which are deep fakes. This technology's been rolling out like crazy recently, and a lot of you aren't even aware of what you're seeing in the deepfake. What you're seeing in live television are deepfakes now. What you're seeing in presidential speeches are deepfakes. It's not just the images being generated by ChatGPT run by a radical leftist Trump or Grok run by Elon Musk. It's a whole heck of a lot more than that. Photorealistic, video-realistic imagery, text-to-speech, improv, political, presidential leaders, Hollywood celebrities. I mean, the same technology they're rolling out with CGI and all this stuff. My point is, we need to be questioning everything. For example, a lot of people believe that what happened to Trump, what was it on the 13th? I was connecting the dots there, Revelation 13:3, right? I was just bringing that to people's attention biblically, but a lot of people think that was a deep fake. And honestly, you should actually investigate that, because just because the news showed you on television doesn't mean that what you saw is necessarily the truth. And you should be asking questions. Again, just like 9/11, they were able to pull that off. There's going to be civilian casualties, of course, just like what happened to Trump. Like, these people are evil, just like they confiscated Nicolas Maduro's ride. Like earlier today, they do whatever they want. They're going to tax your unrealized gains. Property taxes, too, by the way, are essentially unrealized gains taxation. I mean, let's say you inherited a farm from your great-great-grandparents, and they only paid $100,000 for it. Let's say it's worth $10 million today. You're going to pay $10 million for it. Of assessed value, whatever the new assessment is, in fact, see, the government is really good at taxation without representation and theft. Whether or not it's stealing people's debts of foreign nations, or it's proposing universal basic serfdom. And this is what you need to understand, and it's the title of this video, is that universal basic income is not a basic income, it's a guarantee of your poverty. It's a guarantee your kids have no hope for the future. It's a guarantee you'll be living in a slum of the American projects. It's a guarantee of Hunger Games. Because again, what's been the goal here in the United States? Outside foreign invaders have overthrown it. They bought and paid for off all the politicians, which are corrupt. They've rigged the system in their favor. After extracting all of the wealth, involved by design, and after that's complete, multi-generationally, they'll then roll out the new system called the Great Reset, which is what you're in now. Just like 2008 and 09 was one giant rigged scam for the elites to rip you off. 2020 was another orchestrated offense. And we're seeing now. And so, I can't think of a better topic here on Labor Day to bring to all of your attention. I want to welcome, not new, but one of our amazing subscribers and member investors at IslandBox.com, Daniel Torres, just had a experience here at Papa Lua at our beachfront condo right on the beach. That's a deal on it, too. You get about $3 million cash here before it's going to bank that. Well, we sure you a wonderful thank you. Daniel, I'm very thankful not only that you are an amazing member, but thank you for putting together a testimonial video for our audience. Get testimonials. I'll be airing out publicly in the coming days, weeks, and months. Members who have used our properties and been an investor going on for some time now, and they'll explain for themselves what it's like to work with myself and my father, our amazing team, what our world-class exclusive no-bank debt beach, no front loans, our world-exclusive $6 million ski lodge right on the slopes of Deer Valley is like. There's a lot of you asked for that. We're going to start putting out that content. We've got some really crazy and amazing events planned as well. So I just wanted to mention that. We have a very big week coming. Also, too, on this critical path to election, it is important to note that we're getting a lot of fake polling. Obviously, the radical left controls the media, Hollywood, all of the banks. It's important to understand this. The radical left is literally in control of every fabric of society. They own the banking system, they own the central bank, they own the big pharma companies, okay, they own policy plans, they own CNN, they own Fox News, they own everything. So it's very easy for them to rig fake polling, because they hold the ball. But we're seeing a lot of polls now saying that Kamala is in the lead. Kamala this, as you come out. I don't know if that's true or not. I do know Arizona's on the fence, though. There's been so many Californian invaders and radical leftist pups that have moved into our home state of Arizona, which I love so much, recently, that I actually think Arizona has turned blue. Which, you know, is going to be crazy during the upcoming Civil War. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out in Arizona. I mean, if you know anything about Arizona, I mean, it's Trump country, guys. Okay, every bunch of tobacco chewing, spitting in cans, you know, and cowboy. Those kids really understand what we got. There's still more to it. And here are freaking Arizona. That's it. Florida, just like the Civil War, I wanted to see if I could glean any more pertinent information from that movie, so I was watching it on the night. I think it's predictive programming for sure for what's ahead. So, also, we see people growing very wary of Israel right now, and Netanyahu under a lot of things. 6 hostages. Yeah, that's right. 6. I believe it was 6. I'm reading a report here. It says, Hamas released video of the 6 executions, so it's not convenient 666, and then multiple radical left at home, America, this is planning, you know, all the companies, the financial, you know, all the tactics, not everything, every single last one of them. There's a couple individuals out there that are a little different, like Elon Musk. Interesting too, Twitter has lost half of its value since Elon Musk's private acquisition. Now, I would argue Twitter actually does have a lot of value.
profit center down the line. But I do not think it's unrealistic that Twitter has lost about 80% of its value since acquisition. So a lot of the Qatari oil families then own, I'm saying his name correctly, almost like $1 billion stake, a little bit more than that. I mean, they proceeded to lose about 80% of their value, and that's not uncommon. Most of Elon Musk's companies actually lose money. And this has been the case of Tesla, whether or not it's X, or any of the other companies, you know, SpaceX, they're really just government subsidized money laundering. Look into it. Funded, subsidized by taxpayers, so they can operate at a loss indefinitely, and then later on, after you have shouldered all the losses, your debt, Elon complains about it, like, oh yeah, debt, well, man, this was only government spending. It's the same government spending that props up all of his companies with multi-billion-dollar subsidies. It's kind of crazy. I mean, God bless him. And if I could pull that off too and just rob the people, you know, millions of dollars a year, just to fund Pioneer jet, I mean, you can't blame Elon Musk for doing it. He's pulled it off. He's pulling the levers of the deep state. Now, I'm joking with you, by the way. I'd never do that because I actually have honor and integrity. But I'm just kind of pointing out that it's very interesting to see how all this is playing out right now. So, Netanyahu's under an attack. The 6 hostages have been slaughtered that were taken out on that very tragic day of, what was it, if I remember correctly, October 7th. You know, when the Israeli government stood down intentionally and just let them all in, came in with their Kmart tights. All the, you know, Hamas guys came in with their little parachutes. And I'm like, and they rolled into the party. There was a bunch of Israelis with their tops off going, I mean, literally, I'm not making this stuff up. The people that were taken hostage were just basically doing ecstasy and what the Israelis do best. You know, party, get drunk, and, I don't know, go out into the wilderness somewhere and do drugs, have sex. I don't know, that's what they were doing. I mean, the people that were actually taking hostages, which is terrible, the young girls and the guys, were just basically being losers at the time. It's not like they were sitting in an office doing anything productive. They were just out there partying, you know, like Burning Man, where all the elites go almost every year, although that's kind of fizzled out. Burning Man is just one big orgy for the elites. That's what it is. I mean, that's what the cabal does. I mean, guys, like, I mean, you've all seen the movies about, you've all heard of Jeffrey Epstein, right? That's, your government officials spend their time doing things like that. I mean, that's who's in charge and running the United States of America. It's not like Christians are in charge of the United States. Satan. So anyway, fun video. It's good to be back. I love you all, but if you're critical part of this message, you guys will be rolled out to all of you very soon during the crash. And you know a crash is coming because they won't be able to roll out of PBI without it. They need an excuse to roll out of PBI. By the way, this whole space thing of the ISS, that's what the PSYOPs. I'll tell you what's going to happen with the psychological operation of fake space and the astronauts got to. It's one big love story for Elon Musk. It's going to come to the rescue and say, it's going to be the cowboy song. It's going to be flying in on spacecraft. It's going to be a bell of fun. Elon Musk, roll in, travel, phone, you know, lies. It's just meant to sell to NASA, right? It's meant to sell SpaceX, which would replace NASA. And, you know, it's going to sell the idea that, people on the space station. It's so feasible that you're going to go to Mars next. None of you are ever going to Mars. The only way you'll ever go to Mars is with a chip in your head or with one of those Oculus devices
space is all reality. Space is big. You've never been to the moon. Those people stuck in the tin can Pinto of the ISS can't get off because they don't have the technologies that much, guys. And I'll tell you this, it's a lot harder to go to the moon, and it's light years harder to go to Mars. Now, I'm all for Elon Musk and the rest of the American government getting on their spaceships first. In fact, that's what I promote. Because I think they're not going to make it to go. So I say, put Nancy Pelosi, okay, and all Democrats on Elon Musk's spaceship and applaud him for getting on first. Just stand up your time. Those aircraft are going to burn up. The minute they hit that Van Allen belt, Nancy Pelosi will be left cloud bones. Okay, guys? So, having fun today, too, because I want to entertain you all. But that's the crux of today's video. And in all seriousness, you guys know what to do. What is it? Get out of the banks. Own real assets with no bank debt. Buy the Rolex and the Lamborghini. Put your key in. Of IslandProject.com and Digital World Market on board. Now I'm going to make some potential like David Torres just did. Just cutting this testimonial video. My dad sent it to me too right now. Loving life, enjoying life outside of the system, making money, 1,000x in the cash flows, tokenizing on a multi-billion-dollar blockchain during America's collapse, and during the economic financial depression and the rollout of universal basic peasant poverty income, which will continue. Hyperinflation will continue. Home prices will continue to skyrocket up because they're cutting rates now, guys. The easy money is getting easier, and they're printing more debt. That's why gold and silver will continue to skyrocket while Americans go broke and become very poor and become subservient slaves to the New World Order cabal elite that own you. And just like they confiscate Nicolas Maduro's jet, they're coming for your unrealized gains next. I say fight back. I say grow. The freaking diamond nuts. Get rich yourself. And form your own America and build your own community decentralized. Start taking advantage of opportunities worldwide, not just in the United States,